Oh, welcome into the Press Row Show, the #1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show this side of the Mississippi, south of the Arctic Circle, north of the equator. And it's not a one-man booth, it's not a two-man booth, it's not a three-man booth. We've got four of the most respected names in hockey today.
I see three.
Intern Andrew's over there.
Oh, okay.
He's not pictured.
All right.
Adam Kimmelman is joining us. Bundy is here for a rare, full-on pregame performance. I guess it's because those Sixers are taking up the 97.5 airwaves.
Yes, correct. 93. So our Flyers are 93.3 for 7 minutes at 6:53.
So there's no reason for you to go on there for 7 minutes.
No, with me and Jason and Brian, yeah. They don't need.
Some people wish their showtime could last 7 minutes. Adam, how are you?
I'm good. I'm glad to be back here with you guys. I'm glad it's the same kind of show it was in years past.
That's exactly right.
Nothing changes, Adam. We do the same shtick year after year, and it's still working.
Well, it's the same shtick.
Well, we got a big one here tonight, boys. We got a big one here tonight, and I'm not referring to Russ's tubular meat over there.
With the deli mustard.
Yeah, which got he already. By the way, he already got.
We haven't had this on the camera.
He already got the deli mustard all over my headphone wire, so I'm a little aggravated.
It was that much.
No, it was not. It was a clunk of mustard.
It was a clunk. It was a clunk, right? All right. But I wanted to throw it to Adam first, and then we'll all chime in because he's our guest. We're gracious and let the guest go first.
For sure.
Alexei Kolosov making his NHL debut tonight. You heard that somewhere before, Russell?
I believe that it came out on the Press Row Show on Saturday.
Yeah,
I believe it was pregame.
Yeah.
And then intermissions and postgame.
Yeah, just checking. What do you make of it? First of all, I mean, Fedotov has not looked good, but he's only had 3 games.
Correct.
Right? Kolosov didn't necessarily look great in the minors in the AHL, and yet he's here. And not only is he here, but he's here and playing.
Well, first of all, if you're going to call him up, he's going to play. There's no reason for him to come and sit and be the backup, right? If you're bringing him up, he's going to play. So, no, to your point, he had not been lighting up the world in the American League. I believe in 4 games he allowed at least 3 goals in 3 of them. Now, there's not a lot of context to that because I don't know. I don't know if you guys did. I didn't watch the game, so I don't know good goals from bad goals, what kind of support he's getting in front of him. So you take that for what it's worth. But the numbers on the back of the hockey card maybe don't look outstanding. But what they do need to do is they need to figure out somebody who can play behind Ersson. You don't want to run into the same issue you had last year where you ran that guy to the nub because you didn't have a backup that you could trust between Cal Peterson and Felix Sandstrom. And then Fedotov, when he came over late last season, to his credit, it was a whirlwind. So I'll kind of wipe the slate on last season for Fedotov. This season, he has not looked good. There's still some adjustments. Look, I know the rink sizes are different in the KHL. They're not quite the traditional European 100 feet wide by 200 feet long, but there's different angles. There's different amounts of traffic that he's not used to playing in front of. And I think someone on the broadcast in one of the games out on the road trip showed that he's looking over the screens rather than looking around them or trying to look under them. So when you're that tall and then you're going up even higher, it's that much harder to get down on the ice to take care of the lower part of the net where the majority of the shots are coming from. It's an adjustment, and he's going to need time. And I think, if you go back and you watch the game on Wednesday against the Capitals, the second half of that game, he looked better. I won't say he looked great or he looked good, but he certainly looked better, and it was probably the best he's played of those 3 games. But again, they're in a situation where they need to find someone who can play behind Ersson so they don't wear him out. Because I think he started 28 of the final 32 games last season, and it's a big reason why they didn't get in the playoffs.
When you look at the situation, though, Adam, with this goaltender, is this also a little bit of a shot across the bow to Fedotov saying, hey, we haven't liked what we've seen, and we need more of you if you're going to remain here?
Well, 100%, and John Tortorella talked about that in the pregame. He was asked what led to this situation, and he said point blank, Ivan hasn't played good enough. And, anybody who watches the game, Tortorella can be blunt. Obviously, we all know that, but he's not wrong. Fedotov has not played well, and this is an opportunity for the Flyers to see what they have in Kolosov going back to the preseason, even the summer, where there was so much noise around, would he come, wouldn't he come? You know, he has a contract, and then he comes late in the game towards the end of training camp. He got into, I believe, one preseason game before they sent him down to the American League to sort of continue that acclimation process to getting used to life in North America. And it's not all that different from what Fedotov's going through right now, where he's trying to get used to different rink size, different players, different language, different culture, different amounts of traffic he has to play in front of and deal with. So it's, you know, it's an opportunity for, you know, Kolosov now to show that he's worthy of not just getting a look tonight, but getting a couple of looks. And it sounds like they're comfortable. No, comfortable is the right word. They're prepared to ride with three goalies here for a little while if they really like what they see in Kolosov, and hopefully he forces them to make a decision.
Let's get, just to set the stage for those who haven't been keeping up, whether you've watched the games or not. Kolosov this year in 4 games in the AHL, 3.29 goals against, an .875 save percentage, almost identical to the 2 games that he played last year for Lehigh Valley. That was a 3.03 goals against, an .885 save percentage. And if you're like, oh, was he lights out in the KHL? Is that why they wanted to bring him over? Not necessarily. Last year, it was around like a 907 save percentage for Dynamo Minsk. So this isn't a guy who you look at and say, like, he was the best goalie in the KHL, or that he was a top 5 goalie. But it is a guy who's young enough and worth giving a look to. He certainly is not acclimated. I mean, he didn't get to acclimate. There wasn't enough time in the spring for him to get himself set up for success. And because he didn't come here for the entirety of training camp, you can almost make the case that he hurt himself by not actually.
Yeah, and Torts sort of alluded to that when he was talking about Fedotov. He said, you know, yes, he struggled, but he came here, he spent the whole summer here, and he's really been working. So you give him a mark for that he's trying, and he's really working towards making the adjustment, but it's just not there yet. And they don't feel they're in a situation where, look, you can't make the playoffs now, but you can dig a hole deep enough that you can't climb out of it now. And they're sort of they feel they're sort of on the precipice of that. And, you know, winning yesterday was a good start. And now they need another big win today to continue to sort of dig out of that hole. Because if you go, I mean, I know everyone wants to point to the 30-plus minutes they went, you know, without a shot on goal through the middle part of that game. But the early part and the latter part, they really, for the first time, I think, looked like the team from the beginning of last season, where they skated hard, they played fast, they attacked, and they really pushed teams around in the attacking zone. They hadn't done that, I don't think, for a long stretch or any of the first 5 or 6 games. They did it a lot yesterday, and now it'll be interesting to see if they can continue doing that on the second game of the back-to-back here.
I'm going to make a bold prediction here, gentlemen. Bold. Alexei Kolosov is on this roster for the remainder of the season.
It's certainly possible. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility.
I don't think it has much of anything to do with how he plays. Unless he's an abject disaster, which, I mean, it certainly could be possible.
Well, listen, they have to find somebody, right?
I don't think he's going back to the AHL, because he won't go back to the AHL.
Well, again, that's something that
that's a ballsy strategy.
So we have a guy. What I just heard here is that we have a guy who's going to play his first NHL game, who will not return to the minors after his first NHL. It sounds like something in the political world that you maybe hear thrown out a lot.
Well, I think they need to find somebody, whoever it is, whatever the situation is, right? Like, you've got a limited set of options behind Sam, right? It's either going to be Fedotov, it's going to be Kolosov. You've got Eetu Makiniemi down there in Lehigh Valley, and you've got Cal Peterson. But I don't really think I don't know how much of an option Cal Peterson is after last season. So you're sort of in a limited, unless they want to look outside the organization for whatever cost or price that would cause them. I think you have what you have, and they're going to roll with it.
Here's the other question: what happens with Fedotov?
Yeah, and someone asked that question. I was just about to answer it.
Right.
Thanks for asking that, Bundy. There were 2 reasons that Ivan Fedotov got the contract that he got last year, that 2-year, $6.5 million contract. One of the reasons was because he has the same agent as Matvei Mishkov, and I felt like maybe there might be a little extra motivation to try and get something done over in Russia to get him here as soon as possible by giving Fedotov that contract. That's one reason, not the main reason. The second reason is if he were to struggle, as he has, it's much easier to slide an unknown guy with that cap hit through waivers to get him down to the American Hockey League.
Well, yeah, I with the teams that are looking for goalies up against the cap, and then you look at the number and you look at the performance,
yes,
you would have to think if that was the direction they chose to go, there is a certain degree of confidence that he would get through. But at the same time, you went through a lot to get him here. You probably want to get some return on that investment if you're, Keith Jones, Danny Briere, and John Tortorella. You want to get some return on all the effort going back 2 years when he tried to come over, and then he ended up, with whatever happened with his enlistment in the Russian military.
Yeah, choosing voluntarily to go report. Yeah.
Well,
but okay, so then let's play this one out. So Fedotov hasn't looked good at this level. If a team were to want to see film on him, he's not going to get consistent playing time here. How much is a team potentially going to look at it? Like, let's say Fedotov goes down to the A, and he puts together a 15-game stretch where he looks every bit like a legitimate, doesn't belong in the AHL, looks like he could be worth a look. Does all of a sudden, does he at that point have any kind of value in a trade? Do some of the teams that are looking for goalie help, if they don't fill those holes a month or so from now, do they all of a sudden say, all right, that might be worth a look?
6'8" goes a long way when you're talking about a goalie, especially one who has proven it at the international level. He's proven he'd be a very good goalie in the KHL. He just hasn't shown it here to this point. That's not to say he can't or he won't show it here at some point, but I think there's some hesitancy to completely throw the baby out with the bathwater 4 games into a season. So, yes, I think there's incentive, whether it's here, whether it gets to the point where they do try to move him to the American League. There's some hope that he can be that goalie that they saw and were so excited to get over here from the KHL. And you don't want to take a chance on losing it when, look, this is the same franchise that let Sergei Bobrovsky go when he didn't want to be a backup. And 400 wins, a Stanley Cup, three Vezina trophies, and a probable spot in the Hall of Fame later. Danny Briere played with that guy. Don't think that's probably not part of some thought process there. Do we really want to gamble with losing a guy that we've seen in other places play really, really well? You got to give him a chance.
I want you to bring up real quick, Andrew, that Ryan A. comment saying it's not certain Fedotov would report to the AHL. Wonder if he could terminate and return to Moscow. It's a lot of money. Am I crazy for feeling like there's a financial incentive for him to go down if that's what they ultimately choose? Am I crazy?
Well,
Fedotov, part of the goal here for Fedotov was to play in the NHL, and if they, I don't know.
I can't imagine Ivan Fedotov walking away from $6.5 million.
Yes.
You'd be out of your mind to walk away from that money just to go back and play in the KHL. It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
I agree with Anthony.
Right? It doesn't. Another item I wanted to talk about with you, Adam, tonight is Emil Andre, who was also called up, obviously with Cam York going on injured reserve with his upper body injury, shoulder. They put him right into the lineup and took out Igor Zamula. Could have taken out Eric Johnson.
Did you see that? Hold on. We have to interrupt. BelarusHockey.com checks in, clearly looking for some information.
Well, yes. Well, he's
on Belarus.
So Alexei Kolosov is the first Belarusian goalie to ever play in the NHL.
Is that true?
His agent put that out on Twitter today.
Okay.
That may be fake news. We don't know. Some are saying he's the first.
He could be. He very well could be.
First Belarusian goalie to play in the NHL.
First Belarusian goalie to ever play for the Flyers.
Well, no, in the NHL.
I'm saying we can definitively say for the Flyers.
Yeah.
Unless we got misinformation there from the agent. And it would be in the history of the NHL.
Yes. Anyway, back to the question, Adam. You could easily have just taken Eric Johnson back out of the lineup. I mean, he's certainly here as the number 7 guy. but he stays in and Zamula comes out. Your thoughts on taking Zamula out at this point and leaving Johnson in to get Andre into the lineup?
I think Zamula has earned a spot in the press box. I don't think he's played particularly well at any point through these first 7 games. Whether it's the defensive zone turnovers, whether it's the mishandling plays on the second power play, I don't think he's done anything particularly well, and I'm curious to see what Andrea is capable of doing sort of as a very similar type player. The only knock on Andrea is the size, right? He's 5'10" and maybe 160 pounds, so he's on the smaller side, but he plays a very high-end offensive game. He sees the ice very well. He moves the puck very well. He's a very good skater. So he can add something to that second power play. And as John Tortorella said, he's not afraid to make a play. And they have shown a willingness to live with aggressive mistakes. I think if they see Andrea making aggressive mistakes, I don't think it'll be seen as a mark against him. I think what happened with Zamula was there was some hesitation in his game as far as, should I go, should I stay, should I make a pass, or should I skate with it? And that's the kind of decision-making that John Tortorella despises. He wants you, if you're going to do something, do it. Right or wrong, do it. It's sort of like that line from The Karate Kid, do or do not, there is no try. So,
Karate Kid, or is that...
That's Star Wars.
Oh, Star Wars. That was
Oh, Yoda. Okay.
That would be the
All right,
Empire
sorry.
Strikes Back.
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
For all you Star Wars
No,
nerds.
you're not. There is no try. So that's that's sort of what he wants, and he's willing to live with the mistakes, but he wants to see something happen. And Zamula was not making anything happen. So now it's Andrea's turn.
Well, let's throw it to the former NHL defenseman. Are you with Adam on that?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've been a young guy, and at around 100 games for me, I got benched for a few games. Like, I started to get a night off here and there. I missed 9 games my 3rd year. It was the best thing that ever happened to me in my life because I used it wisely, and so did they. They got me in incredible shape. And 2 weeks later, I was playing with Derek Desjardins. That was my story. Everybody's different. To me, Zamula has zero sense of urgency in a hockey game. He thinks it's going to just things going to flow. You have to feel the pressure. You have to know when things are getting a little bit hairy out there. And I think some nights he doesn't understand that. I don't know much about Emil Andre except that people have been pretty hype about his offensive abilities, but he's small. The one thing, listen, if you had the luxury of being able to take one of those defensemen and manufacture what you wanted at the end of the day, it would be Zamula because he has size. Yeah. But again, if you don't use it to your benefit, and if it's not a benefit to the team, then I don't care if you play a 5'9" defenseman, whatever it is. It doesn't matter because one guy, if you're playing at that size and you're not being authoritative with the puck and authoritative with your play and decision making, then you may as well take a night in the press box and try to figure it out.
When you say, though, that, like, he doesn't have urgency, Zamula.
He has none.
Is that a matter of I'm trying to figure out the best way to word it. When we used to talk about Cam York, like last season early, we would say that, like, Cam York kind of early in the season made it look like he was waiting for the game to come to him. Yeah. And I think the big step this year is that York looks significantly more on the forward, like on the front of the foot, right? Like he's more actively engaged. He's not letting the game just come to him. Is Zamula allowing that to happen, or do you really just think that there's just some disconnect?
His decision making is not fast enough. Like when he gets the puck, you have to know exactly what you're doing. The first place is defense when the puck's in your zone. What is open? It's usually the board winger. Always. That's your first alternative. If it's not, then you get your feet moving, board winger, and if not, if you can make a play to the center iceman, do it. But he's waiting. You obviously look for a D-to-D as your first play, right? But I'm saying if you're in trouble, but he's making plays like that. He's turning things in. He spins away from the play sometimes. He turns away from the play. He gets shots blocked on the point when he's trying to get them through. That's been a real problem. He did some good things last year, and I'm not saying that he can't get back to that. And I'm not saying they need to get rid of this guy or run him down to the minors for life, because he's not. If he gets his game together, the way this league's set up, he can play in this league. I'm just telling you, doesn't have an abundance of amazing defensemen. Just get your positioning right, have better decision making, and eventually you're going to be able to find your niche in this league. But it's not right now.
All right, I got something else I want to throw to Adam, but before I do, Lucky Leo better check his schnoz.
I think he's got a sinus infection.
Bobby Brink's not in the lineup, bud. So he's not scoring a goal in this game tonight.
Maybe Leo's playing Chell.
Yeah, unless you're playing NHL 24, right? 25. That's right. It's the new ones. The new one's out. It's 25.
Well, maybe he's playing 24.
Maybe he is. Maybe
we don't judge if you play a year behind.
That's fine.
You can always update the rosters.
Yeah. Adam Kimmelman writes for NHL.com. So if there's anybody on this panel who is more knowledgeable about the other teams in the league, it would be him. What can you tell us about this Montreal Canadiens team that's coming in here tonight? Look, I know we don't really talk about gambling on our show, but if you look at the odds, I was a little stunned that even with a first goalie making his NHL debut, that the Flyers were such a big favorite in this game. That kind of surprised me a little bit. What can you tell us about Montreal right now?
Well, I think they also are coming in after playing last night. They won 5-2 against the St. Louis Blues. They're banged up. They're missing a big piece on their first line with Yuri Slafkovsky out of the lineup. But Cole Caulfield has, I believe, 7 goals. I think he's, if not leading the league, he's right near the top. Nick Suzuki has a pretty long point streak going. He's been a very good player for them. They're very top-heavy. We talked about small defensemen. Lane Hudson is going to be a big piece of what the Canadiens do tonight. He is an electric player at 5'8" and 165 pounds, maybe. But he is an electric offensive talent.
Sounds like Russ.
Well, I think I'd rather have Lane Hudson in the lineup tonight. No offense, Russ.
Fair.
But yeah, he is an outstanding offensive talent, and they have some size, especially the kid nicknamed Wi-Fi, Arbor Checkeye on the back end. He's a guy to keep an eye on as far as a physical presence who will not hesitate to drop the gloves and do what needs to be done physically, keeping the front of the net clear or hanging on the boards and taking bringing the physical element to tonight's game. So he'll definitely be a guy to keep an eye on.
I have never been able to remember the pronunciation of Arbor Checkeye.
Well, it's something that I've heard a bunch of times, just, again, working for .com. He actually has a younger brother who is playing in for the American League for the Canadiens named Therien Checkeye. That is his younger brother. They are basically carbon copies of each other. They are a brutal pair to play against. Wonderful, really nice guys.
Yeah.
To get. I did a piece on. I run a weekly notebook on CHL players. Florian was playing in the Ontario League last season. I did a nice piece on him, right up on him and his brother. Very, very nice young men. I would not want to go into a corner with them.
Really? I've been in a corner with Bob Probert.
Okay, well, listen.
I did.
And you lived to tell
and if we didn't, we weren't in the league long.
No, well, you lived to tell the tale.
That's what's changed, Adam, in the world now, right? Like
Yes.
you say, you don't want to go in the corner with these guys. Wow, I went in the corner with with Looney Birds.
What would Hitch have said if you didn't go into the corner?
It would not have. It wasn't Hitch I would have worried about. It was Bob Clark.
Well, you know what, Bundy? But Bundy, how many of us are 6'4" and played at 225, 230 pounds?
There were lots of guys, though, Adam, that you just had to go in the corner. It was just like that was your job to go get the puck out of the corner. Yeah.
Yes.
But I know what you mean.
Thankfully, not my job. I wouldn't want to do it.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's why they always say everyone's got eyes in the back of your head, or you know who you're on the ice against. Believe me, and I tell a great story about running Bob Probert over in a game. And I told his daughter this story a few years ago. I was on Instagram. It was during the pandemic. There was a loose puck going around the boards, and I had the pinch. Like, it was one of those plays where I had no choice but the pinch. And I remember I steamrolled Probert. He was going for the puck coming out of the zone. I was trying to keep it in. And I'm thinking, oh, man, I'm going to pay for this somehow. And he looked down on the ice. We both fell. He goes, great hit, kid. You okay? And I'm like, whew, got him on a good day today. And believe me, 90% of the league would have been thinking like I was.
100%. 100% of the league, not 90%, 100%.
Yeah.
All right, Adam, last thing for you before we let you go. We always do predictions on this show. I don't necessarily need you to give us a final score, but who has the advantage when you have a goalie that no one's ever seen before? Is that advantage goalie or advantage Montreal?
I think it could be advantage goalie because they don't know where his strong spots or where his weak spots are. And he's such an unknown because he's only played here 2 games last year, 4 games this year in Lehigh Valley, unless Laval played them last season. And I don't know from checking, the American Hockey League.
I don't think they did.
Then I don't know if any of those guys know anything about him. other than whatever they might have been able to throw together in a pre-scout by whichever scout for the Canadiens is in charge of coach for the Canadiens is in charge of doing that.
Yeah, they'll actually have a video book on him from games from the KHL. They'll go back and it'll be Alexei Kolosov pull out the tape or the video, and they'll go back into it. Probably have a numerous amount of opportunities, shots, saves, goals scored, and they'll try to give them, the players, a little bit of a roadmap to what the mystery of Alexei Kolosov is here tonight for Montreal.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. But to me, and Bundy, you having gone through this as a player, what was harder for you? Was it harder if you didn't know the guy, or was 100%.
It easy? Yeah, 100%. Even a skilled young guy, like if I'm playing against Mishkov, right? He gets called up. Mishkov, he's having great success. A lot of it is because guys don't know his tendencies. Before camp started, I didn't know. I always joke, I don't watch Russian video like Bill Meltzer at 4:00 in the morning, and he laughs about that too. But one of the things I said is, like, I don't know anything about Matvei Mishkov except for the couple of clips I see. So that's an advantage to the skater, to that player, and it would be, I would assume, for a goaltender as well, Adam.
Yeah, I would think so as well. If you don't know what you don't know,
right?
And so we'll find out tonight, though.
Yeah.
Adam Kimmelman, check him out on NHL.com. Thank you, as always. We'll have you back.
Job,
we'll have you back on in a couple weeks.
Sounds good, guys.
Great job, as
Great
always.
stuff, Adam. Thanks, buddy.
Adam. All right, so now it takes us to this part of the show, a very important part where we do the predictions. Let's start with Bundy.
All right. This is Adam. Adam just actually made a really good point about climbing in the standings, because I was looking yesterday before the game, and I'm thinking to myself,
Leave it.
It's all right. You're good now.
Intern's trying to fix the camera. But no, what I was saying is that, look at Russ, Jesus.
You yell at the intern all the time, and then you go and knock everything over.
Why are there waters here? Who needs the water? Your
Good,
pee
Russ.
bottle's here. Go ahead.
Look at that tube steak, Jesus.
This is here for a reason. Go ahead.
And I was saying to myself, like, Adam's right. Like, they're almost at a spot where you can get to the point of no return. Like, remember we said last year, you can't make the playoffs the first 2 weeks of the season, but you can eliminate yourself with a horrible start. Yesterday's win was so important, Russ, that I think that if today's game becomes even more important. So they're going to need Anthony here. I'm going to go 4-2 Flyers because they desperately need it. And I think Montreal is the prime team for the picking in this game tonight.
That was my pick, too, 4-2 Flyers.
Just ride it then. That's good.
Yeah. As soon as Bundy said it, I was like, damn, that was my pick. So, I think that's spot on. I think that the Flyers got a little something going offensively in the third period yesterday. They found a little part of their game that had maybe been missing over the first 7 games of the season, and they really kind of brought it. Montreal's not a great team, and like Adam said, they're banged up. And if you have the advantage with the goalie that nobody knows, then I think it's going to take the Canadiens a minute or two to find something there, and I think that the Flyers can take advantage of that as well. I'll go 4-2 Flyers.
I'm going to throw it over to intern Andrew to let us know what he's thinking in this game.
I will take the Canadiens 3-2.
Wow.
See, is that only because you said you were going to keep picking the Flyers until they broke the losing streak, and now you're going the other way?
Yeah, I think they're going to lose tonight.
So wait. So your rationale before had nothing to do with what you actually thought was going to happen. It was only what you wanted to. You were going to just, man of principle, keep picking the Flyers to win until they did.
Well, it just
You'd be ashamed of yourself.
Statistically, eventually they were going to win again.
Of course,
so I guarantee that I would get it right.
Statistically, Houdini's not getting out of the chains every time either.
Well, eventually he didn't.
Put that one down.
I mean, you're poo-pooing me. I got it right.
Poo-poo. I did poo-poo-poo.
Put that one down for a drop.
Chew on that one, Andrew.
Intern Andrew. Guys, I have to tell you, I have done some extensive research around Alexei Kolosov. I have gone back.
Extensive.
I have found his film from early in his career. I, in fact, reached out to the youth league coordinator in Belarus because I wanted to see how his game has evolved
They
over
have
time.
just one youth league coordinator in the entire country.
The video is in 3GP video, and for those of you who remember, that was with the flip phones when you would send somebody a video via flip phone. And I did an extensive breakdown of Alexei Kolosov's game, and what I can tell you is this. Montreal stinks. The team doesn't. But I don't like the French Canadians. I don't like the fact that Bundy has a French Canadian last name.
I got news for you, Russ. My dad's French Canadian. I'll tell you what, I'm going to put him in the back of a
He's the only
friggin'
one I
U-Haul
like.
right now. He's
He's
going to
the
come
only
down
one I
here
like.
and kick your
He's the
ass
only one I
all
like.
up and down
You know
this
what I like?
balcony.
You know what? They have a bastardized version of French. Poutine. Poutine is not as great as they make it out.
It's a
to be.
food group.
fantastic.
It's a damn food group. It's
I've never
Poutine
had
is
good
fantastic.
poutine. I've never poutine it in my mouth and enjoyed it. I don't like
You
it.
sit here and eat 3 hot dogs a game.
So I am going to take a
Dude, one
bite.
that's burnt too. Look
This
at it.
is-
Jesus
this
Christ.
is-
That hot dog looks like
That
it's
thing
from
looks like it's been
This
rolling
doesn't
on the
look
Was that on the
tube
roller
steak.
yesterday?
It was on the roller in August.
Hold on, I'm going to bite. We're going to take the prediction tubular meat.
You know, he used to do stuff like that, Coatsy.
Alexei Kolosov, a shutout in his debut for the Philadelphia Flyers. 3-0 Flyers. And it begins a 2 to 3 week span where people begin to wonder, is there a goalie controversy with the Philadelphia
Russ,
Flyers?
if he shuts out the Canadiens tonight, here's another bold prediction. Russ has a T-shirt ready to go by postgame. Actually, that's too quick.
That's too quick.
By tomorrow.
I was going to say something like, no rushing into it. Something stupid like that, right?
Yeah.
No Bella rushing
I don't
into
actually
it.
think no, in fairness, I don't think it's going to be. I'm being ridiculous. It's probably going to be 3-1, but I'll say 3-0. I want to believe that Kolosov will have the advantage. We always do this though, right? Where it's
So you are now officially the only
I'm saying-
person to predict 6-goal games, and you're the only person to predict an actual shutout.
yeah, like why not? Why not?
You be you.
It's funny, though,
just
because
keep being you.
I haven't added all this up yet, but despite your condescension, I'm pretty sure you're not winning so far.
It's
this
not
season.
about winning.
It is.
It's about understanding the sport.
Hello,
And saying
you play to win the game.
it's understanding
You play
picking
to win
a team
the
to win,
game.
score 6 goals
Who
in a
won
game,
last year?
and then picking a team to not
Who had the
score at
most
all.
points at the end of last year? Who won?
What, didn't Montreal?
We all know why he won last year, right? Because he waited until after we picked most of those games.
That's not
Oh,
true.
yeah.
Yeah, right.
That's just not true.
That's we know.
It's not true. Also, if I had gone on your picks, I wouldn't have won because your picks weren't particularly great.
No, last year they were not.
Yeah, so
But we actually have thought into it.
Yeah.
You're one of those little gamblers that has a good start
yeah.
because you don't know what you're doing.
No, it's not that. I do, in fact. I have one thing. I have to retract one thing. I don't dislike all French Canadians. Celine Dion is an absolute goddess, and I hate the fact that the Montreal Canadiens made her go up to the stage and announce the Ivan Demidov pick. That felt like a personal shot. Celine Dion's amazing. And on that, we're gonna roll out.
Off the
Anthem's
rails.
coming. All right, we'll see you at the first.
First intermission. Snow the Goalie YouTube channel. Talk to all of you very, very soon. Enjoy the StatCast. Welcome into the Press Row Show, first intermission show. It's very quiet up here. It's actually freaking me out. I'm used to having to yell during the first intermission show, but there are not many people up here. There are some down there.
It's kind of a quiet night in the building. Let's be honest.
But I'll tell you what hasn't been quiet. The play of Alexei Kolosov. Now, none of us, of course, predicted a shutout tonight. That would be ridiculous.
That would be ridiculous.
That'd be ridiculous.
Who would do that?
Alexei Kolosov, though, I do think that's the place to start. It was the number one story going into tonight's game.
Yep.
Wanted to get from you guys what you saw. I don't think that goal was his fault.
Not at
I think
all.
he made some saves that definitely bailed him out. I would say that early on he was fighting some nerves. Did give up a few juicy rebounds. But I would say all in all, first NHL start, first period, got through it. Not bad.
First 20 minutes were fine. I don't think there was anything that really stood out to me when I went like, wow, look at that. And yes, you're right. The save or the goal was not his fault. That was poor defensive coverage in front of him, and he was kind of hung out to dry a little bit there on that play. It's just it was just overall a disjointed period, Bundy.
Yeah.
And we were talking about this, right? Like, I'll be honest, growing up, there used to be a lot of Sunday night hockey games. Used to love watching hockey at home on Prism on Sunday night. It was cool, right? You'd have dinner with the fam and then sit around and watch hockey. In my older years, we don't get it as much now. We have one tonight. This is miserable.
Sunday night down at the arena.
Yeah.
It's rough because it's not. I think it has to fall into that category of like, this is fun.
Yeah.
And for some reason, Sunday night, it feels like it belongs to the NFL, like kind of the day and then in the fall. You know what I mean? And so tonight, after the ruckus of yesterday's win,
yes,
you have the weekend to look forward to ahead of it. It's a tough sell. It is.
It's a tough sell, and I think that's why we have a slightly more lightly attended crowd tonight.
That's a nice way to put it.
I don't think that there's the buzz in the building that even yesterday when they were not getting shots on goal, the crowd was into the game in the first two periods because they were in the game. They scored 3 goals, even though they only took 6 shots in the first 2 periods. But tonight, it's just really lacking. And it's a lacking of energy and excitement. Look, there were a couple things in there. You had a little pushing and shoving. You had, an almost fight at one point. There was a goal. Nice goal by Travis Sanheim.
Yep.
Shooting through 3 different guys, screening Montreal's goalie. And, hey, you're tied at 1 after the period. But there was – you would have thought there would have been a little bit more juice in this game, and there just really hasn't.
It was a feel-in period.
Yeah.
And Montreal, you could tell, had carried their game a little bit into tonight from last night's win against St. Louis. But the Flyers, again, came out flat. Now it's 1-1. They got a late goal on a seeing eye shot by Sanheim that Montreal, 2 defensemen tried to get in the way of, not block. And it ended up finding a home behind Caden Primo. But at the same time, it was not an energized period either way. It looked like 2 teams that wanted to take the easy way out. And whoever wants to get the 2 points in here, the one that puts the hard work in, is going to pay off for them at the end of the night. That's the way this game is setting up right now. Flyers had a power play with the minute 59. I think they still have a second afforded to them, which won't really count because they'll empty the box quick. But to me, this is a game where you got to create your own energy and find a way to get yourselves going because you're not getting any help from the outside tonight. You've got to find that from within.
What are you doing over there, Russ?
I just got a message about something. I was making sure things are fine.
You mean Russ is doing other work. What else is new? Hey, good to see you. We'll throw it to intern Andrew for his little segment. You want to put him up on the screen?
Why don't you do it? You have access to it. Why don't you show the people that
you're
capable of
put him in the
something?
circle?
Uh-huh.
Is that what we're going to do? I can put him. I know how to put him up on the screen.
I got it. Here you go.
Yeah.
There he is.
Man. Yeah, there he is.
Young man.
Andrew.
Yes. Hello, gentlemen.
Good to see you again, pal.
You as well.
Yeah.
All right. So
stat of the night.
Yes. So
we love the stats.
Yesterday,
should we make him a circle? Do you want to make him a circle? Continue.
Okay. I think I prefer the rectangle. That's fine.
Now it has to be a circle.
He prefers the rectangle.
Don't shame me.
Guess what? He shaped.
That could be a
shape shamed him.
That could be a new sound drop.
By the way, I like that. The only thing is it maybe could get hidden by the logo, but I do like that look. Why is it not showing up like that on my screen now?
Because this is what I do in the background. You would know these things. You just, okay. Where do you want to have them float? We can have.
No, I don't like them floating. That looks weird.
Does it, though?
Yes.
There you go.
Oh, my
How about
God, that looks weird.
You like that? Anyway, go ahead, intern Andrew.
So Sean Couturier and Travis Konechny both had 5-point games yesterday. Konechny was 1 goal, 4 assists. Couturier 3 goals, 2 assists.
Mm-hmm.
It's the first time that a Flyers player has gotten 5 points in a game since October 10th, 2018, when Voracek did it against Ottawa. It was a 7-4 Flyers win. It is also the 8th time in Flyers history that multiple Flyers. Okay. It's also the 8th time in Flyers
history. He's like our little bobblehead there on the table.
I'm trying to get through this. Come on.
It's the longest question ever.
It's not a question.
It's not a question.
No,
this
no,
isn't trivia.
This
This is just stats.
We've expanded.
Trivia
We've
second
actually
period.
doubled. We've
All
given
right.
him twice as many features now.
Keep going. You're doing great.
This is the 8th time in Flyers history that multiple Flyers have gotten 5 points in the same game. The last time that happened was December 11th, 2007. It was an 8-2 win against the Penguins.
I think I know the answer to this. Not that it's going to be a trivia
Not a
question. Because I have a funny story about
You
this.
just
If
got
you wanna
done
flex,
giving
then go
Bundy a
ahead.
hug.
So would that be R.J. Umberger, one of those guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
5 points?
He had a hat trick in the game, and
Yeah.
so did the other person who had a hat trick in the
Yeah.
game.
This other person actually had 6 points.
6 points.
Was it Lupul?
Joffrey Lupul,
Yeah.
right? So here's the funny story about that game. So that was I was I was temporarily not covering the team at the time, and I was working at the Delaware County Daily Times, and Rob Parent was filling in, and Rob Parent, that was the last game that Rob covered before I came back, and lo and behold. Lo and behold, Rob had to pick the 3 stars for the game that night.
Yes, I'm listening.
So Rob had to pick the 3 stars. The Flyers won. What was the final score of that game, Andrew?
8-2.
8-2. They won the game 8-2. Had 2 guys score hat tricks. Rob Parent picked the 3 stars. His 3rd star of the game was Sidney Crosby, who I believe was -5 in the game. Okay, picked him as the 3rd star.
How is that possible?
Okay, so he did. I don't know why, don't know how. I wasn't here. I show up the next day at practice. It's my first day back. I walk into the locker room. Paul Holmgren's there, and he sees me. He goes, "Did they fire Rob after he picked the stars?"
I think I remember that.
Yes, like they were so fired up that and Umberger did not get a star.
That's
It was insane.
impossible.
I know.
How did you ever talk to him about it? Like, how does he even justify that?
We laugh about it. He never really did justify it. But he said he picked the 3 stars. Lupul was the 1st star. I forget who the 2nd star was. Might have been the goalie, whoever. The 3rd star was Sidney Crosby, and Umberger didn't get a star.
I want to start picking stars then. I'll just pick all the guys that shook my hand.
Bobby Brink was one of them, wasn't he?
Yes, Bobby.
He was the first one.
And where did that get him?
Listen, and wasn't he the
That's
guy
right.
that you said had small hands?
No, I didn't say that about anybody.
Wow.
Oh, my
Are you
God.
are you spilling?
Or
comment-
what would you say? No,
You
maybe it
spilled
wasn't.
some
Maybe it
tea
wasn't
over there.
small hands. Was it like a weaker handshake?
Well, you said it because you shook Hathaway's
Who
hand.
gave you
and
the
it
dead
turned out his
fish?
hand was like broken.
Who gave you the dead fish?
Yeah, who gave you the dead fish?
Go ahead.
Nobody.
I thought it was Brink.
Now you're backing off on
You
it.
know what they say about a man with small hands?
You're
Small gloves.
No,
Small gloves.
This
We all do
is
that.
this is gaslighting. No, I didn't say that.
Wait,
I think
time out.
Hathaway.
This is the Press Row Show.
I forget.
Did he just say gaslighting on
Yes.
the Press Row
I
Show?
forget who it was.
Hathaway gave you a little bit of a fish hand, and he.
No,
and
I remember that,
He
but he-
apologized, and he was like, "Sorry, I can't open it."
Yeah, no, that's why I went left-handed instead. I
Yes.
remember that conversation. That was different.
Yeah, that was the only instance of
I
that.
thought.
happening.
I thought maybe you pointed out somebody that
I 100% did not.
strong handshake.
No, this is slander.
What is happening?
Where
What
are we
happened-
right now?
What happened to our show that's always been insightful and informative? You people have lost your minds.
It's
tonight.
Sunday night hockey.
It's Sunday night hockey.
That's what happened.
We have analysis to get to. The people trust us. You think they're tuning in to NBC Sports Philadelphia right now? No. You know why? Because there's commercials. We don't have commercials. You know what we have? Great hockey talk. So let's get back to the hockey
Thanks,
talk.
Andrew, for that nice trip down memory
Intern
lane.
Andrew, how
You
excited
got it.
are you about the trivia for second intermission?
How excited am I?
Yeah.
Is it a good one? You think it's a good one? You thought the last one was a
No,
good
I
one.
thought
It was really
yesterday.
hard.
I thought yesterday was good.
All right, so back to
Russ just muted him.
Good.
What's going on here, Bundy?
all right.
No control.
I was messing with him like that with that yesterday, the early dump. All right, so Bundy, I do want to ask you this part of. We had this similar conversation when Fedotov made his season debut about just trying to get your feet under you and kind of get off to a good start. Do you think that the team played well enough in front of Kolosov in that first period? Like, do you think that they might have been a little bit more focused? We've seen them get off to slow starts before. They did give up some opportunities, some bad odd man rushes there, but do you think that they played decent enough in front of him in his first period of
I thought they
NHL
were
play?
okay. I mean, I don't know if I would want to call it the greatest performance ever for a new goalie in league history, but the goalie has to make some stops. And there was a couple of odd chances. I don't want to say they were complete odd man rushes, but Montreal did have some chances, and I thought Kolosov looked pretty good, to be quite honest with you. I mean, the one goal, as Anthony said, nothing he could do about that. Suzuki, a puck bounced right onto his stick in front of a scrum and a loose puck, so I'm not too worried about that. But I think the Flyers in general, Russ, not just because of the goalie, because of their actual game, need to be far better than they've been to this point already in this hockey game.
And now I do want to get into something that I won't be able to be a part of. I won't be here on Halloween. Hold on a second. I won't be here on Halloween. We've been having this conversation, and now the people are asking as well. Philip Albert over on YouTube asks, what will intern Andrew be dressing up as for Halloween? Greg Mack says, it's not Arnold Palmer. Have we put any thoughts together?
He doesn't get the joke. Look at him over there. He doesn't stay up to current time. So
he's not paying attention to the news or anything.
Nothing.
Intern Andrew. You don't know about the Arnold Palmer thing?
I learned something about Arnold Palmer this week.
The golfer?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
what
learned
happened to
something
him?
about him. I thought I knew everything there was to know about him, but now I know more.
You don't know what we're talking about, do you?
I actually don't. No.
All right, we'll share with you later.
Yeah, okay. This is not for the family show.
Oh, it's not a PG story.
Not
Well,
a PG
you would have thought it was, but no, it's not. But it's
It's
interesting.
a great drink.
It's an interesting
it's a great drink. I like
tidbit.
a good Arnold Palmer. It's
Arnold
very nice.
Palmer is a great drink.
Maybe I'll make that the trivia question.
He's got a memorable club, is what they say. He's got the great set of clubs, great golfer.
Here's our buddy here. I want to get this really quick here. Slinger was up here the other day, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Slinger's a man.
Gave us an autographed card.
Yes.
You know what's great with Slinger?
Yeah.
Like, I don't drink anymore, and I would have ended his bar if I went to it one time in my life. But I've never had, and again, but he has alcohol parties, and I love it. I get it. Like, people drink. There are people that are able to do that and have a great, and he does have the best sports bar I've ever seen, Flyers themed in my life. It's
Right.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. And every time they have a party there, I just love seeing people so joyous, celebrating and watching Flyers hockey.
What were you going to jump in with before? You were like very excited. You looked at your phone, you smiled, and you went to the mic.
Oh well, it wasn't that I was smiling, but we had an off-camera discussion about Kolosov, whether or not he's the first Belarusian goalie in the NHL. His agent tweeted that out, and then there was some research done that there was some guy named Danny Taylor,
Canadian Belarusian,
right, but born in the UK, right, but played for the Belarusian national team,
correct.
who actually played in the NHL. And then it was
Started
like,
3
well,
games.
then it was like, well, maybe he didn't start, so maybe Kolosov's the first to start in the game. But then intern Andrew did some research and found out that Danny Taylor had actually started games
3
as
games.
well.
Yep.
So we were like, well, what the heck is it?
It was like 2008, 2 in 2013, 1 in 2018. He most recently played in 2021. This Danny Taylor guy.
Our friend Adam Kimmelman got it from the NHL. Alexei Kolosov is the first Belarus-born goalie
Born. See, there it is.
to play in the
Did
NHL.
we tell him that? Because you had to go write the AP thing about
Yes,
it.
and I
And
had
then
a,
we're like, oh, maybe you just have to.
I
have
had to
the
message
qualifier
the AP
born.
and tell them to put it the correct way.
Yeah. Interesting.
So his agent put misinformation out.
Has there ever been another Belarusian goalie?
That's what we were saying.
Yeah,
Danny Taylor technically is
somehow.
Belarusian.
Some great. That sounds Belarusian.
Danny Taylor,
Danny
yeah,
Taylor.
very, very,
very,
Belarusian.
very, very Russian.
Danny Taylor. But listen, we did put the crack team of legitimate researchers to work here at the Press Row Show, and I can tell you, Sports Illustrated is wrong. The Sports Illustrated said the first Belarusian player to both play in and start a game. That is incorrect.
correct.
They're no longer really the
authority.
bastion of knowledge anymore.
Yeah, they're not really an authority. Hey, real quick for you, Bundy. I mean, I was writing a lot of that period, so I didn't get to watch with great look for nuances. Did you see anything out of Emil Andre in that period there?
Some good and some bad.
Okay.
A couple light turnovers, like not just be more authoritative plays in the neutral zone. I thought he moved the puck pretty well out of the zone. I'll have a closer look at him this period. Nothing outstanding, but nothing detrimental either.
Okay. Just thought I'd throw that out there because I'm sure people are interested. It was his first period of the year. So, anything else there, Russell?
I was just looking through the comments. There was like a little fisticuffs going on in the comments there that I saw over on YouTube. Thomas Schiffler. Can we talk?
Well, you know what the funny thing is? Okay, so let's be just for those people who don't know, real quick, plus minus. As far as its value as a stat, it should be devalued a little bit because a lot of times you can get a plus or get a minus and have absolutely nothing to do with the play that just took place in front of you, and you get either rewarded or docked, a 1 or a +1 or a -1, just because you happen to be standing on the ice at the time.
I have a rebuttal to this after.
Okay, right, no, but I'm saying so that's why people don't like it. But I was going to throw it to you, Bundy, because I know, in the room and with coaching staffs, it matters a lot.
It does.
Okay,
it
and
does.
so can you tell us why it should be considered a good stat?
So I look at a plus-minus as a gauge over a single game. So if you're -4, you had a rough night. I don't care if you're saying you're standing on the ice or not. You're responsible for being on the ice for -4 in the plus-minus column that game. What I like with that situation is you give a look through the year of who it is. So you're going to eventually, if you're on a goal, you step on, you get nailed for that minus. It sucks, but it will ultimately, if you're a good player and you're usually a plus player, that will work itself out. I look at it when you see a guy who's -30 at the end of the year, it gives a pretty good indication of what he's done defensively or what he's incapable of doing. And so I like it as a marking stick. I do. I know people they use other stats and stuff, but I've always been a believer in the plus-minus from game 1 to 82 as being a good measuring stick of a player's ability defensively as well as offensively in a hockey game.
And this was something that is looked at. Like I can remember many times, and even in more recent years, not just in your era, but in more recent years, when they would hand out the final stat sheet, and the players would be looking at it. Like one of the first things they're looking for
plus-minus
is plus-minus, because it matters to players and coaches, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's a stat coaches won't let you get away with.
Yeah.
Right. You can go give some Corsi number to a coach and he could toss that, but the plus-minus sticks out as much as goals and assists. It really does.
Yeah.
And so it's important, especially for a defensive defenseman. If you're coming out of a game every night, you're -1 or you're -1.5 on you're moving like that and they're really going, make for a long year because it's hard to add up those pluses to even that out.
Yeah, and I think that the way you look at it is within a single game.
You got to go.
Oh, are they starting here? All right, we'll bring this up
Let's
again.
bring this up in a second. And don't forget, intern Andrew's back with trivia. Get your thinking caps on. We will talk to all of you in the second intermission here on the Press Row Show on the Snow Goalie YouTube channel. Talk soon. I don't even know what to say.
I didn't even know we were live.
I don't think the Flyers know they're alive.
That was the Flyers are as disorganized right now as your junk drawer at home.
No, if you wanted to say drunk drawer, I mean, it might be insensitive on recovery night here, but like junk drawer, it doesn't matter. It's bad. This is bad, very bad. That period. I mean, can we clear one thing up before we dive into the analysis? Alexei Kolosov, it is going to show that through 2 periods has given up 4 goals.
Well, because he has.
Those 4 goals.
Well, 3 of them were not.
3
not
of them
fault.
are certainly not his fault.
One of them he has to stop.
He has slipped to stop in there under his arm, short side. But just to be clear, because I saw a lot of people in comments and on Twitter saying, "Oh, great, we have another Russian goalie who sucks," and I would just very quickly push back. I don't think that's what that period was. Let's talk about the disorganization. I mean, this is just
it's one bad play after another, Bundy, and like a guy that sticks out to me. And the first bad play he made of the period was Kolosov's best save because it was on like a mini 2-on-none, and he stones Cole Caulfield sliding post to post. But boy, Jamie Drysdale turned that puck over badly to start the period. And got worse as the period went along.
He needs to simplify his game more than any player on the Flyers team right now.
Holy
when
smoke.
I say simplify it, I mean go back, get the puck out of the zone, make a good pass. And when you go back and defend, cut the ice in half, leave the danger to the perimeter, and then attack it when it's gone too deep on you. That's how you play a traditional one-on-one or keep your coverage to the outside. He's trying to go at guys. Guys are putting it between his legs. He's not getting the puck out of the zone. It's been a rough night for Drysdale, and he needs to really pick it up because he's an important part of this team.
I mean, I don't have a nice way to say this right now. I know that we've gone back and forth about, when the trade went down for Drysdale, we said, hey, you know what? A lot of people were saying that at the time, Drysdale could be your quarterback on your first power play unit. It was he could be this really dynamic guy. Right now, just based on how he's played to start this season, it might seem hyperbolic, but right now you hope that his ceiling is Shane Gostisbehere. He looks awful.
Well, yeah, you can't go that. I mean, it is hyperbolic. I mean, you can't go that far.
But he looks.
But he does look bad.
His only value
really
right
bad.
now is with the man advantage. At 5, at even strength, he looks absolutely bewildered and overwhelmed.
And I think part of it, we were sitting here pointing it out, and you're every right to say that. But part of it is the disorganization of the rest of the team around him. And so what ends up happening is exactly what Bundy was talking about trying to simplify. You end up trying to do things that you shouldn't do.
Right.
Because there's so much chaos around you that's not right. Right? And you try to, so then you look at it, take it upon yourself to try and do stuff you shouldn't do, and that only makes it worse.
And trying to make a play when you don't have the play, that's because you've been out of position. It's a simple job. If he's a left defenseman, cut the ice in half, stick to your side. You don't have to be all over the place. Straight lines, stop and starts in the zone. Every time you circle and you swing, and he does a lot of that, you just get yourself in more trouble. When you make a play on a player one-on-one, or you get it stopped in the corner, that's the premise of playing defense, is getting it stopped so there's no cycle, and then just moving the puck swiftly out of the zone.
Yeah.
Easier said than done sometimes, but that is the recipe. And it's usually a lot easier than it is when you throw a whole bunch of different things into the mix, because that's what he's doing. He's making life so much harder on himself than he needs to be right now. And I always say, when you're in this situation, simplify the game. Less is so much more.
Yeah.
Well, we know that he had the shoulder injury last year. It kind of was, to some extent, it was a continuation of injury issues that plagued him in his short tenure in Anaheim. Bundy, the way that he's playing right now, does it look like a guy to you that's just, I don't know, hesitant to take any kind of contact because he's working his way back?
Well, you can't play like that.
I know you can't, but I'm saying
if
he doesn't look like it.
Well, if that's the case, Russ, and I don't know that that's the case, then that's up to the coaching staff to make sure that he's healthy and ready to play.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know. He's had shoulder injuries. I don't know which one in particular. I don't think it matters, but that's a tough thing to have, a shoulder injury. You think they're going to pop out at any given time, and they're painful, really, really painful. I've had it happen to me many times. But again, no, you can't substitute what you're thinking is wrong with your body for the worst of the team. You have to go back and make the hard play, and sometimes that hard play requires you taking a hit to make that play.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's just my point. Like, he to me looks like a guy who's not in self-preservation mode intentionally, but it's just the simple things that he should be doing and some of the hard plays that you expect a defenseman to make, he doesn't make.
Just because he's not simplifying the game. And
Yeah.
I'm telling you it's there, but that needs to be communicated to him by the coaches.
One thing, guys, and I want to bring in intern Andrew on this because I know research department's been doing some stuff for us. It was just, we know it was a really bad period, right? But I kind of got the sense second periods have been pretty bad all season long, and I want to see if my hypothesis is correct.
Your hypothesis rang true.
Okay, so I wanted to throw it to you, intern Andrew, for the second period statistics because I think they're pretty terrible.
So including the second period tonight, Flyers are getting outscored 19-6 and outshot 92-77.
92-77. How?
They're being outshot in the second period, 92-77.
On the year.
But they're being outscored 19-6.
Oh, my goodness.
In the second period.
Not good.
That's more than 3-1
That's unbelievable.
in the second period of the game. That means that you're going back into the locker room and your opponent is making an adjustment to you and you're not countering it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's exactly
That's
right.
what that means, yeah.
I can't imagine that anybody's happy with this.
Well, and the same thing happened yesterday, right? They had 6 shots through 2 periods against Nashville, and they
Yeah.
really turned on the
Minnesota.
gas. Minnesota. Who
Yeah.
did I say?
Nashville.
Nashville, yeah,
That's
Minnesota.
fine.
Same thing. Couple of obscure American cities with a team.
That's right.
Minneapolis, obscure.
Nashville, obscure.
A
4-for-4 city, obscure.
Wilder
Well,
and
we
St.
turned
Paul.
it into a 4-for-4 city. They took their hockey out of there before.
That's right.
Nashville was an expansion. But anyway, my point is, so but they did not have a good first 2 periods. In terms of management of shots on goal, they went almost 30 minutes without a shot on goal yesterday. So they had a much better third period, were rewarded for it. But the problem is now they're not tied 3-3. They've got to chase 3 goals. They need 4 goals to win this game while holding the Canadiens at bay the rest of the way. Can it be done? It can be done, but not the way they played so far in this game. Now they're going to have to reignite themselves, much like they did yesterday against Minnesota.
I actually want to go back really quick to this Jay Grebby question before we go to intern Andrew's trivia time, which will hopefully brighten our moods here and brighten everyone's mood at home. Jay Grebby says adjustments is coaching, no? What percentage? So, Bundy, like when you go in, let's throw it back to your playing days. When you go into the second intermission and you've allowed the game to get away from you like this team has, how much of that is, when you go up for the third period, how much of that really does come down to the adjustments by coaching, or how much of that is the execution on the part of the players?
This one here tonight has a couple things that have going for it. And one of them I heard somewhere in the hallway, disorganization. Completely unorganized, this team tonight on the ice.
Who's that on? Is that more of a player execution thing?
That, to me, I put that on the players.
Okay.
I do, because you had a good game yesterday. There's only so much a coach can do to fire you up, right? So what's Tort supposed to do? Hey, he said after, we won a crazy game, right? Like it was a wild game. We won it. You expect a team to come out with their hair on fire today to try to chase the standings. You can't in any way at all make up for a no-show. And the players today have no-showed this game through 40 minutes. There's been semblance sometimes, Anthony, but it's really not been there at all.
And we'll go to intern Andrew, but I think of like the three Fs because they've been getting that grade all season in my mind, and it especially shows today.
You're thinking what I'm thinking, right? Yeah, you are.
The three Fs.
Yeah, don't say it again. There's a very Arnold Palmer referencey thing.
But Frost, Farabee, Forster.
Who?
Those guys, man.
Bad.
It's just not. There's something
F cubed minus.
Something not there. I mean, Frost started the game on the centering the fourth line. He juggled the lines pretty quickly, so it didn't stay that way. It's kind of mixed and matched a little bit, but all 3 guys are just kind of just floating out there on the ice. They don't play
did
well
win a shot on net, though.
He did. He had a shot right in front
At
of
which point, Owen Tippett looked and said, "Wait, you can do that?
You can put it on goal, actually."
All right, let's not be a negative for a second. We'll go over for everyone's favorite second intermission segment on the show, and that, of course, is trivia time with intern Andrew. Dun, 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 dun.
That was good.
Yeah.
Is that his intro music to trivia?
That's it. He got his new music today.
Yep. We paid a lot of money for that. We should actually have Michael the organist
Oh yeah.
play a little ditty, and no one will know why, and the whole arena will be like, why the hell is there like a random organ interlude for 8 seconds?
He's part of the extended Snow the Goalie universe.
I think that's digital too. I think we could actually get him to hook it into the stream. Get a little ditty go. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I shouldn't say little ditty. Ditty. Can't say that.
Yeah.
Intern Andrew, save us.
Why don't we go back to happier times? So how about this? Game 5 in 2010 Eastern Conference Final against the Canadiens. Mike Richards scored in the first period.
Do you have any stats that actually happened before 2008?
No, he was born in like
Yeah,
2012.
I know, but it's like it keep getting like modern time trivia. We need some new stuff.
I mean, both of your questions were before 2008.
All right, let's go. Come on.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Scored a goal in what is now forever going to be in Flyers lore known as the shift.
Mike Richards. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I said that. So Giroux had the puck in his own corner, sauced it down the ice, and the Canadiens goaltender went way out of the crease to try to get it, ended up colliding with one of his defensemen. Puck trickled loose, and Richards scored. Flyers win. The rest is history.
Yeah.
So who was the Canadiens goalie, and who did he run into?
Yaroslav
Halak was the goalie.
Yes.
The defenseman is the hard part for me.
Jeez, I don't even remember the. That's a while back, man. I tell you what.
Because I remember Halak, they basically benched Carey Price to play Halak.
Mm-hmm.
Man, who was that defenseman?
Someone just got it. Don't look.
I don't know.
Don't look at the comments. Cover it up.
I don't ever look at the stuff, but
Yeah, I don't even have it up.
Subban was on that team, right?
He was, but it
wasn't
wasn't him.
Okay, I don't know.
I'll say this, Bundy. I don't know the exact number, but I would imagine that you actually played against this guy dozens of times in your career.
Wow, he was that old?
Well, he wasn't. Remember, I didn't retire much below that, right? So
That's true. That's 6
He
years
played
before.
1,395 career games.
Wow.
He was around for a while.
Well, he didn't play that in Montreal. Oh, you know
Oh,
what? Wait, was
Roman
it?
Hammerlick?
Nope.
No. Yes.
Oh, it was.
I was going to say the other Russian. Who's the other Russian there? Played there forever.
Commissar? He's
No,
not
no.
Russian.
No, there's another. Andrei
Markov.
Markov.
Yeah. Did you play against Markov?
I don't know if I did or did. I might.
But you
have.
played. But you
played against Hammerlick.
You played against Hammerlick.
Was it Hammerlick?
Yeah, that was right.
was
Oh,
Hammerlick.
okay. Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah.
Yeah, Hammerlick. You played against him when he was on Tampa, right?
Yeah, for
And,
years.
and the Islanders.
Number 1 overall one year.
I was just going to say, in researching this, I did not know that. 92 NHL draft, he was number 1 by the Lightning.
Yeah.
Very nice. That was good trivia.
Thank you.
Well done, intern Andrew.
That was
Well
good.
done.
That was a
bounce
good.
back.
That was a good one. That was
Yeah,
a good. That's
you know
good.
what?
Give me credit
Hey,
for that.
the
I thought
stat- the
Halak
first-
was a little too easy, but the defenseman was a good one.
I
Good
figured,
job.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
First
by the way,
intermission
your
stat-
trivias are all great, by
Yeah.
the way. I just want
Thank
to mess around with you. Thanks.
First intermission stat left a little bit to be desired, but second period trivia, sensational
Good stuff.
tonight. By the way,
Really?
let's send a shout out over here to Matthew O'Donnell, who says, "I had no clue this was a thing during the game. This is awesome. Can't wait to watch with y'all start to finish next game. Go Flyers." Thanks for finding us, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. And just so you know, and anyone else who doesn't know, we do 30 minutes pregame, and then we do both intermissions, and then we do about a 20-minute postgame.
Although last post game went like almost 40. 'Cause
Yeah.
you and I were going. Well, intern Andrew and I did like 6 minutes while you finished writing an AP article.
Yes.
Then you came on,
Yes.
and we were getting ready to wind down, and then Bundy hopped on remotely.
Yes.
He was on assignment, and it ended up being like 45 minutes. I put it in the podcast feed, and
Yeah.
Thanks for holding up for me, guys. It was good to jump on and get a
good.
little recap from
it's
you guys.
it's
Yeah,
never
good.
this. Bundy. This show is very much like a torts kind of show. Okay. Now I know that John Tortorella doesn't actively admit that he listens to
silly podcast.
But what I can tell you is that if you think about it, this started as a pair, and then we added a hell of a line mate, right? But then sometimes, well, he wasn't writing, so then it became a pair, and we added another line mate. And so Torts with his little duos. He doesn't like lines. He likes his duos that he likes to play. And he likes to juggle everything. We very much are a John Tortorella structured show. Good for us.
That's good.
It's worked out on the ice, and it's worked out up here. Are you guys surprised by how you feeling about the lines tonight?
I don't like the
I don't
constant
feel
juggling.
good about any line tonight, Russ.
I don't like any of the juggling. The top line, I'm fine with keeping it together. You know, Mishkov, Konechny, Couturier. I mean, they looked good yesterday. Obviously, not as good yet tonight, but they haven't been. I don't think they've been bad by any stretch of the imagination.
You guys want me to talk about the first 5 minutes?
No, not yet.
No, we have to figure out. We started this and we got off track.
What?
Last period. What's intern Andrew wearing at the next home game because it's Halloween?
Well, I won't be here, and I saw somebody put in the chat they think that he should put on a fake mustache and a ridiculous shirt.
And be you?
And be me.
That's it. Intern Andrew. For Halloween this year, and you have to have a poem ready.
Oh.
You have to be Russ. You have to be Russ for Halloween.
Okay. Can I borrow your clothes?
Bundy, what do the Flyers have to do in the first 5 minutes
Russ,
of the period?
They got to have a good start to the third here and try to take momentum into the zone so they can hopefully get one goal back and then crawl back into it. Russ, if they score one goal every 5 minutes, they'll be back in the game and get ready to take it over in overtime.
I want him to wear the pink jacket. That's what I want him to wear.
He's not getting the pink jacket.
Get pucks in deep. That's another thing. Get pucks in deep and get after it, Russ. Go forecheck.
Can I ask one hockey-related question really quick?
Sure.
Quick. I know that we've been talking a lot about the line juggling. Bundy, like when we were talking earlier about the fact that like they just look so disorganized, right? The structure of the team, like it just looks bad tonight. Are we continuing to see a symptom of all the juggling? Like, could that be part of why they just look so discombobulated on the ice as a team? Because they're not able to really have a working understanding of where anybody's going to be at any given time because they're not given the opportunity to kind of gel.
But that has nothing to do with your effort and the way you present yourself to the other team. Like you could come out individually and be completely on fire and let the other team know you're here to play. It shouldn't come down to, every game can't come down to chemistry. Sometimes you got to go out and find it. But you know what, guys? One thing the Flyers can do, which they have not done a great job in this game, which they did a good job yesterday, get pucks to the net in traffic. We haven't even, I know it's simple, it sounds like a nuance, but it is that easy to do that, and they have not done enough of that.
This is a good one before we leave. Gary Vincelli says, going forward, can we refer to intern Andrew as intern Ant Jr.?
Why does everyone think that you're like my kid? Like, what is that? I don't think we look alike.
There we go, boys. We'll see you at the end of the period.
I don't know. I don't
All right,
know.
we will be back post-game. Come back, still the goalie. Make sure you're over on YouTube, you like the video, share the video, and subscribe, and we'll talk to all of you post-game here on the Press Row Show. Okay, so welcome into the Press Row Show postgame. To all of you who are watching live on YouTube, Facebook, and X. If you're on X and you want to comment on the show, remember you have to open the video first and then comment like it's Periscope. If you're listening after the fact in the podcast feed, we are kind of coming off of not really an emotional high here, but the third period was a little bit wonky. Anthony SanFilippo, who will be joining us here briefly, is finishing up a story. He was very confident about how the game was going to play out, so much so that he looked at me and another person and said, I know exactly how this period's going to go. And from that moment on, the Flyers found themselves in that third period, and they scored.
Well, they found themselves in the game, Russ,
He said, I don't even have to watch the third period to know exactly how it's going to go. But the Flyers do scrape 2 goals to the good in the third period. They still fall 4-3. Bundy, we'll rehash some of the stuff from earlier in the game, but let's just kind of go in reverse chronological order. Was there anything in that third period that you could look at as, all right, good, positive sign, carry that into the next game?
I didn't like the energy in this game, Russ, at all. It's a nice comeback at the end, but Montreal mailed it in. They were just waiting to get on the bus and then on the airplane, and the Flyers manufactured a couple of late goals, and they almost had a chance there, but I just didn't like the process. The way the whole game went, the energy, the enthusiasm, the organization that you want to see on the ice. I didn't see that at all tonight. In Montreal, they were, if you look at the Flyers, they had 3 hours more rest than Montreal did in terms of the game. 6 hours, but was a difference. But, Montreal coming in here should have been the team that was flatter, and they did. They had the energy, they had the life, and the Flyers chased the hockey game and just ran out of time. But you can't play like that and expect to have success, especially against a team like Montreal. That's a team where you're looking at the standings and you're saying, all right, we're up and coming. We're supposed to climb the standings. We're supposed to do better than what we're doing. And we got to take advantage of a weak team. And in Montreal, when you look at the standings, they're not a great team. They just aren't. And they sure made the Flyers look like a team tonight, though, that had lacking a lot in a hockey game like this. I just didn't like it at all.
I just saw the most sarcastic message there on YouTube from Manny. I know Manny doesn't mean that, but it says the team is years away from winning. Time to trade Mitch Cow so for picks so the rebuild can start. Clearly sarcastic.
Of course.
I'm glad Manny gave us something to laugh about at the end there. Bunny, realistically though, it is 2 games in a row. It's back-to-back days where the Flyers looked mostly disengaged for 2 periods.
Yeah.
And then put together some version of a ferocious comeback attempt in the third.
Well, and they did, and but again, Montreal. If you look at the game, the game was over.
Is it just something where it is like the opposition just really lets off the gas?
They did. They see 4-1. They see 3 minutes left, 4 minutes left. They're like, all right, our goalie's got whatever's coming at us because the Flyers have nothing. And then you get 1 goal, then you get a second one. All right, nice play there, and now all of a sudden it gets chaotic, and then. Unfortunately for the Flyers, they weren't able to muster anything up with that last minute and maybe 20 seconds of 6-on-5 time. But again, I didn't like the way that the whole process went in this game to get where they got. They needed to be better. They needed to get they needed more offense, more shots generated early, and they didn't have it. They just had nothing going for 57 minutes in this hockey game, and I didn't like much about that 57 minutes.
I kind of want to go back to a couple of things that we've now seen. And let's go back to the beginning of this one a little bit here, Bundy. The team, for the most part, through 2 periods at least, looked incredibly disorganized. They looked incredibly disjointed. They looked like a team that had never played together. I don't think that was all rectified there in the third. Again, to your point,
chemistry
they
again.
They got things together, but not in the way you need them to.
You can keep blaming chemistry and you can call it what it is, but eventually, at some point, guys got to start figuring it out for themselves. They're pros. You can't find the coach can't sit around all day trying to find 12 names and pulling out the 3 names at a time and finding a magical list that'll make it work, because they've tried. I think they had the other day 18 different line combinations that they've tried through the year. That's a ton of guys, but they're not happy with the chemistry, so they want to find something that works. And if you are going to try to find out what that is, it's early in the season. You don't want to be doing this, well, if they're in it by March. But no, I say that. I know you're smiling and smirking. It's not funny at all, because, they continue on this trajectory.
Yeah, they won't be in it in March.
They'll be out of it in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
where you're just chasing the whole stand. You could win a big game and it means nothing because you can't climb up on anybody. The problem is all the teams ahead of you. And I know I'm speaking like it's the first 8 games or 9 games of the year, but I'm sorry, it's getting late early, and big time. And when you're behind really early in the year, you're behind the whole year. Yeah. It takes the only team I saw really pull themselves out of a real bad gutter was last year's Stanley Cup finalists, the Edmonton Oilers. They did it, but they had the best player on the planet.
I was going to say, St. Louis, year they won the Cup, but that was a total anomaly too.
They did. They went from worst in the league to they turned the corner
in December. That to me is always the one that stands out the most. The reason I smirked about if they're still in March is I see no path. I know that last year it was I was very down on the team. They put together a really good first half, and then it all fell apart. I don't see a scenario here.
No one's firing coaches. We didn't fire them. We haven't suggested that. It was said the other day that the coach would remain here, from what I read on one of the sites. So we've never preached firing the coach, and I mean we've had
there have been questions about whether or not they're tuning him out. Ant and I actually
they tune him.
And I went into this last game. There is a difference, and it's probably important to note that there is a distinction between tuning out a coach and quitting on a coach. Tuning out implies that you could tune back in. It implies that the coach and the locker room may have an issue, and that can get rectified. Quitting on them means burnt bridge. It's all said and done. It's all over. Would you agree with that? Were there times in your career where you're like, you know what, I'm done with this guy, but then he does something. The coach does something to kind of get back the trust of the team versus just being we're done with this guy.
We know who the coach is. Yeah. We said who the coach was since we got him here.
Yeah.
And it's not like we had any secrets that we're now discovering about the coach. I know exactly who he is, how he coaches, what he does, what his style is, what his MO is. Mm-hmm. And it's been the same thing it was 15, 18 years ago.
Yeah.
So if guys, there's one game where I saw them where they looked like they'd really tuned them out, and that was the Seattle game. It looked like he was losing it, and they should have been responding, and they didn't at all. There was no response to the coach at all, and his anger at the time. But we've never called for the coach to be removed. I've never heard it here on the show one time. If it gets to that, though, usually you get a feeling as a player or someone close to the team as to when you really feel like there's no more progress that can be made with that coach at the top. And I get the sense that isn't really the case here. I just get the sense that they're gonna let this play itself out.
Yeah, you have to decide.
Anthony's here.
Thanks. You have to decide when you feel his contract is a sunk cost, right? You have to determine when you think there is no more value in what's remaining on the contract. They're nowhere close to that.
Guys, I got to get going soon.
Yeah.
It is recovery night. I want to thank the Flyers,
yes.
Pennsylvania Recovery Center, which is my day job, for putting this together tonight, especially the Flyers. They did a great job. 450 seats were sold for recovery night. I'm going to go down and take some pictures on the ice with our groups that paid for the picture. Guys, thanks for the night. Thanks for the great pickup for the weekend for me yesterday.
Yeah, sure.
And for the last few minutes here tonight. Good night, everybody.
It'll be just me and you on Thursday.
Beautiful.
No Russ.
And intern Andrew, he'll be here.
Intern will be here.
It'll be me and you.
Ready to take
Thursday.
the handle of that? Or you want Anthony to take
He's dressing as Russ for Halloween.
So I will be here.
Oh, good. There you go.
I'll be here in spirit.
Yeah,
I might actually join Postgame.
Do you have a flannel shirt and a pink jacket?
I do have a flannel shirt. I don't have a pink jacket, though.
Time to go to the Salvation Army.
I guess.
Deirdre, it's time to work on this.
Go to Joseph A. Bank. It might be on the clearance rack. That's where I found it.
How much?
We'll talk about that off the air.
I will catch you.
It was a very low price.
I'll catch you guys later.
That's a nice jacket.
You can also go to a thrift store and find
That's why I said Salvation Army.
Yeah.
Go to Goodwill.
What I was getting to though is when you talk about the coach, he's making $4 million a year, right? So you got $4 million this year. All right, you're 9 games in, so take off a ninth of that money, and $4 million next year. So what you have to determine is at what point does it no longer matter how much money is remaining on the contract before you would make a change. Where they are right now is it's not there. There's still value to John Tortorella as your coach, and you're paying him a lot of money. So he's going to stay regardless.
Unless.
I don't think he's going to get a new contract, an extension, at least as a coach. I don't see that. I think there's a real possibility of next season, maybe he moves into a different role.
We said that last year, though, too.
Yeah, but we started hearing some things last year, right? That could be something that happens.
That is correct.
And I think that maybe they just kind of punted it into this year so that it would be for the final year of his deal.
Okay.
And that's fine if that's what they want to do, and if that's what he wants to do. There's value to him. He's a smart guy, right? I mean, he for whatever you think of John Tortorella, you can. The reality of it is he's a smart hockey guy, and so therefore there is benefit to him. You just have to determine and keep in mind, I'm pretty sure I'm accurate on this. I believe they're still paying one more year of Alain Vigneault's contract this year. So, and I think he was making $5 million. Is that right?
That goes to our crack.
I think so.
Staff there with
I don't remember if it ended last year or this year, but the point is that if even if that's the case, now you're looking at $13 million that you're paying for coaches.
That's pretty bad.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah. One thing that I did want to look up here that I could not find nearly fast enough is how much Peter Laviolette was making when he got fired by the Flyers very early in that one season. I know he's making a lot.
Who, Lavi?
Yeah,
I think he was $3 million a year.
because he was making almost $5 million a year when he got hired by the Rangers.
Yeah, I
Do you
think
know
I think
that?
he was like $3 a year.
Okay. I mean, with inflation, it's virtually the same.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot of money for a coach. $5 million is a lot. Like Torts getting $4 is a lot. But
you were right. This is the last year they're paying.
This is the last year they're paying him, right?
$5
So
million.
so think about that. So you're basically paying $9 million right now for a head coach. And then you have to pay another $4 million next year. So that's $13 million you're on the hook for basically for the guy you currently have coaching your team. I know $5 million belongs to another guy, but in essence, you got to mix it in. So you have $13 million committed to a head coach of a hockey team. Why would you then go and get another one right now?
I don't know if it's a matter of like having to go get another one. I mean, you don't necessarily have to. I actually think it would be a mistake to do that.
Right.
I would say that you probably just slap the interim tag on Shaw.
So, but why do that?
Well, I'm the only way that I think they potentially even consider that move is if there is such a strong chasm created between him and the locker room in a way that
Yes.
Put it this way.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying.
Put it this way. We know very clearly
There would have to be an uproar in that locker room.
that there have been issues between him and Couturier. Couturier and Briere, close, played together,
Sure.
lived together. Could there be
Same agent.
Could
now.
there be a chaotic situation where like Couturier and the leaders on the team go to Briere and say he's lost, this is getting bad, it's beyond toxic, yada yada? Not saying that's going to happen. That to me is the only way that that's the only way that you maybe even make that move. But I have to be honest, for as down as I have been on Torts as the choice here, how things have gone long term for the rebuild, the kind of lackadaisical play, the kind of disinterested play that we've seen, especially these last 2 days. Like, I'm sorry. I know that like yesterday we did post game and I saw a guy comment and like I'm always pretty damn honest on this show, on my show, like on any show.
Yeah.
That like I have no problem if somebody has a negative thing to say, as long as it's about the content of the show, like we'll address it. There was a guy who said, man, for such an exciting win yesterday, the post-game show kind of stunk. Like we didn't bring that same energy.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, because I looked at that game yesterday and I was like, they played horribly
for two
periods.
Yeah.
And the third period was just a weird like pond hockey game where it's like, all right, cool. Like, yeah, they won, but what did you really learn about the team? And so tonight I'm looking at it and I'm going, all right, again, like you showed for 2 periods. You put 2 on the board when the other team had effectively kind of put this one in the win column. And again, it's great. And the final score looks better, but like all of this is to say, I don't even think this is the coach right now.
No.
I think so much of this falls on these players. And I'm like,
100%. Right?
And to me, it comes back to this, Ant, and I would love to have an honest, open conversation with you about it. Will you entertain this? Will you open your heart and your mind?
Go ahead.
When you have a team that is a poor talent but a hardworking team, I can support that. Whether I think it's good for the organization or not, where I think it's good for the winning or the winning culture or not, even though you're losing a lot. Watching a team that has low talent but tries hard is okay. Having a team that has the kind of talent and is paying the kind of money and has given the kind of contracts to some of the guys that are on this team, I don't think this is a good team, but I don't think it's as bad as it has looked this year. I don't think that this team is as bad as their record indicates. And if it is an indictment on multiple front offices that the investment has made in some of these players, and that very few of them seem to be able to actually turn the corner and to kind of pull the nose up on this thing. That to me is actually a much bigger concern.
I tend to agree with you, but I think that the thing that we aren't talking about right at this moment, that is the difference between last year and this year, and we've talked about it before, is goaltending. It's simply goaltending, right? I mean, you had good goaltending for 75% of last year.
Yeah.
That's the difference right now. And so you sit there and say, well, why are these guys not playing like they played last year? You get behind and you start chasing the game, right? I mean, you have things go sideways on you, even if you have a lead, and like they did yesterday, and then they gave up the lead. I mean, they to their credit, they fought back and won the game, but all of a sudden things started going sideways. It was like, oh no, it's the goaltending again. And Urson didn't have a good game yesterday, if we're being honest.
He did not.
Right? So that's the difference between last season and this season. Yeah, a couple of guys aren't playing as well as they played a year ago.
More than a couple.
David Town made a comment earlier, and we already had it up, where he was like, oh, this guy regressed, and this guy regressed, and this guy regressed. It's all, that's all you need to know. That's why that's on coaching. And I disagree, because I think that we forget sometimes that that a player's maturity, the way that their game matures, not their human maturity, but the way that their game matures, is not always a straight line. Sometimes it takes a crazier route, right? So just because Tyson Forster scored 20 goals last year and has one right now and has not looked good through 9 games does not mean that he's regressed as a player. See what I'm saying?
Maybe if you get to a 30-game sample size where it looks this bad, then you start to have a conversation.
Well, you could start to, but I mean, it's not even that. Like, sometimes you have to remember his age, right? He's a young player, right? And you look at those guys, and you could say that, like, Owen Tippett is a frustration. I think it's fair to be frustrated, because what he's failing to do is the one thing that they want him to do well.
They paid him to do.
Right? That they paid him to do.
Yes.
They paid him to score goals, and he's not scoring, but not because doesn't have the chances to, but because he can't get the damn puck on the net. He misses the net with every shot. I mean, that's the problem. And so you look at that, I don't think that that's regression as a player. Like, that doesn't mean you've regressed in your abilities.
It's a struggle, and it's a very unfortunate thing, because it's timed at the start of the season.
Yes.
If Tippett goes through a streak like this, which he does, I mean, like, historically.
Yeah, he's a streaky player.
He's a streaky guy. This could happen from, like, games, 20 to 29. And you'd be like, oh, that kind of sucks. But then you would have probably had 19 games before it where you're like, oh, okay, he put up 5-6 goals, had some assists, had some good moments.
If Owen Tippett has the next 9 games, we never know what it's going to be. Let's say the next 9 games he scores 5 goals.
Yeah, then all of a sudden it's totally different.
Do we then sit there and go, oh, okay, he's regressed? Right? Like, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, because then at that point you go, oh, okay, it's starting to look a little bit better.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not regression. So sometimes if you're a goal scorer and you're not scoring, it becomes that old adage, you're gripping the stick too tight, that kind of thing, right? So, like, I look at these players, and I don't necessarily think that the ones that you are expecting to be here as part of the team when it's eventually good have regressed. I don't look at that in any way. Do I think that there's some dead weight? I do, but I think it's guys that we were overvalued to begin with.
Such as?
Well, I mean, I look at a guy like Morgan Frost. We've had crazy conversations on this show about Morgan Frost, right?
Yes.
I mean, not just you and me. We've had crazy conversations with Bundy and with Bill Meltzer and with other people about Morgan Frost, and the opinions on him are all over the place.
Yes.
Right? I mean, there's no one, standard like, oh, this is what I think about Morgan Frost. Like, we are all over the map.
It's all
on
over
him,
the spectrum,
right?
Yeah.
So there are people that I respect their opinions, their hockey opinions, who think he's a good player, who think that there is something there. I don't see it. Right. So in my mind, I look at it and say, is that dead weight? I think it is, because it's at such an important position.
Yeah, but so
you see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, if he's a winger who's doing that, you go, keep going, keep trying. But he's a center, and he's a scoring center, so he's not the bottom six, right? So he was
a fourth line center.
Well, to start the game, but that lasted three shifts, I think.
Didn't last long.
Yeah. So to me, we're at a point now where he was benched for the last night, 15 minutes of the game yesterday.
Yeah.
And then starts the game today on the fourth line center.
Yeah.
So he's back in the coach's doghouse.
Chateau Bow Wow.
How many times does that have to happen before we sit there and go, maybe this guy isn't it?
Well, I don't know. Here's your problem. Okay, so this almost becomes something that we turn into like the regular show later this week. But like, okay, conceptually, you went into the season, you made no moves. Matvei Michkov came over. That was the move.
Yeah.
Which is great. But that was the move. They didn't make a move for a veteran center. They brought back Scott Lawton. I would say you don't have good center depth. And I would say that if the point is to try to maximize Matvei Michkov, right, he needs an actual center. Does the line with Konechny, Couturier, and Mishkov stay together the entire season? No, because we know how the coach juggles.
But I think
that might end up being
who he plays with the majority of the time.
Is Sean Couturier the best center for Matvei Michkov? From a responsibility as a 200-foot player, yes.
On this team,
yes,
he's the best. He's the best that they have for him.
But in terms of like unlocking the goal scorer that Michkov could be, or having somebody who can keep up, in this like newer league, I would say probably not. So then it's like, okay, if Frost isn't that guy, because like in theory, Frost vision-wise, Frost execution-wise, at least in the offensive zone, should be the best match for Michkov. That hasn't exactly come to pass. If the idea is Couturier can unlock certain parts, but not all of it, Frost could maybe unlock parts, but not all of it, isn't it a little bit of an indictment on the front office in that case?
No.
That you didn't go and even try to find a change of scenery guy?
No, because they looked at the development of Michkov as, we know that this kid's going to score. We know he has that ability and that talent. Mm-hmm. We don't need to necessarily unlock that in his age 19 season. Mm-hmm. What we need to unlock in Matvei Michkov is the way to play the game the right way.
Which is why you're
playing him with Couturier.
Yeah.
So if 2 years from now he's still playing with Sean Couturier and you haven't brought in that guy for him, I think your argument is completely 100% valid.
And by the way, I'm not saying that they should have traded off assets, that they should have unloaded any of the 3 first-round picks coming up to go out and get like a star center or to go get like a... It was more of like whatever you thought the positive of the change of scenery, the tip it ended up being in the Giroux trade, that's where my head goes.
Right.
Where it's like, okay, we know what Scott Lawton is. We know what Ryan Poehling is. We know what Morgan Frost is probably, right? Is there a trade to be made? And maybe we'll find out this season. Like maybe there is a trade to be made for a young-ish center who a team has kind of given up on, who needs a change of scenery. Maybe that guy comes in and maybe they end up being part of this thing. You just don't know. I mean, that's a hell of a gamble.
Right.
I just don't know. They are so weak up the middle on this team. There is no depth. That's why Jetlichenko made the team out of camp.
Not only are they weak here, they're weak organizationally up the middle.
Yeah.
Like there's Bill Meltzer was over here before we even went on the air tonight, before the game even happened. We were just BSing. And I said to him, Bill, let's say, because we were talking about Morgan Frost, as a matter of fact, and he he won't say this publicly, but he actually admitted that
Well, then
Frost has not played well. Well, Bill's the Morgan Frost defender, right?
Well,
But he even Bill Meltzer's admitted he's not played well. And I said, but Bill, if you had to call somebody up from the Phantoms,
there's nobody.
There's no one.
I said that to you yesterday.
There's no one. So what you
there's no. It's not even like it's an heir apparent thing. Like it's not like like in theory, you still say like Oliver Bonk not ready, but like in theory, if you got to a point where you had so many injuries, could you maybe try to sell yourself on the idea of like, all right, cool, rebuild year, like let's get him some opportunity late in the season? They don't even have that. Like there is no one, and it's not even like at the AHL level they have a guy who's always kind of been a tweener who can come up and like stabilize. No. They don't have that either.
No. The answer, the solution really is, and this is what my suggestion was, and not that this is a good solution, but you put Scott Lawton back in the middle and you call up a winger because they have wingers in
you almost said triple A.
I almost said triple A. I know baseball, my baseball brain. But no, it's what it is. I mean, it ends up being Scott Lawton goes back into the middle and you call up a winger.
I guess.
Right,
but that's also not ideal either.
No, so this is why when you say maybe you can get something in a trade. Look, I think there are players on this team that are going to be traded at the deadline that will get you return, and people might be surprised that they get return.
Oh,
well, again, like we keep talking about.
Bundy and I did this whole breakdown. We looked at.
We keep talking about Scott Lawton. Let's just use him as an example.
Should have been traded 3 times by.
But
should have been.
The point being is that
this starter actually makes my point.
That teams
retroactively
were still willing to offer what they were offering.
High pick
for Scott Lawton,
or at least a high conditional pick,
right?
Yeah.
And we sit here and watch him every game and go, well, why is he worth that? Like, why wouldn't you take?
Excellent bottom 6 forward on a cup contending team, and I will wish him. I will wish him the best. I will root for him.
Great
on
value,
a human level.
There is great value to him.
Will feel great for him if he gets to go.
That's why teams are willing to pay that.
Yeah.
And so Danny Briere knows that he will still have that value even this year.
You have to hope. The problem is like there is the law of diminishing returns, and I feel like they've gotten to that point where there have been like offers and conversations out there for over 18 months now. And at some point, there is a possibility. Remember,
where's his contract?
Remember, though.
Look at where his contract
I don't remember offhand. Pull it up. Last season.
Which player are you talking about?
Lawton.
Last season, you remember there was like that 15 game stretch where he looked horrific. Lawton.
Yeah.
Looked really bad.
Yeah.
And I kept saying, like, well, Jesus, like you had multiple chances.
It was right before the deadline.
It was right before the deadline. I was like, man.
And yet he was still getting offered what he was getting offered.
I know. It's just
there's value to those players.
I'm not saying he's a valueless player.
To those championship caliber teams.
Truly,
and people don't recognize that sometimes.
There are not a lot of guys on this team that I look at and say that guy has value, right? Like, or that guy's going to be able to get you something on the market. Because if you look at the cap, I would actually encourage people if they didn't do this, if they missed the Snow the Goalie episode from a few days ago that Bundy and I did, we went player by player. There are so many guys on this team that even the ones that, like, if you were going to try to expand it at any position, you just go, Jesus, the contract is bad.
Yeah.
The term is horrific.
You got it there?
Yeah. So 2021 signed a 5-year extension for $15 million. So average annual salary is $3 million.
Right. It goes through 27?
25.
No, but you said in 21 he signed a $5 million extension.
5-year, $15 million. Yeah, it says 2021 to 2025. It's 5 years.
And we are going to bring up Spotrac.
Okay. So
2024, 2025, Lawton will earn a base salary of $3.625 while carrying a cap hit of $3 million.
So that's it. So this is his last year. So he becomes a free agent after this season. 24-25.
Oh, I'm 25-26.
That's what so one more year. He's got one more year. Okay. So that's why he's got more value this season than he would have had last season.
On the screen.
That's why he would have has more value this season than he would have last season. Because it's only one. You're going to trade for him to get him for, March and April in the playoffs, and then you have one more year with him at $3 million,
which is a perfectly affordable thing.
So that's what makes him valuable.
It's even more attractive to cup contending teams
than it was last year or the year before.
Those who can manipulate the cap, and you get like a Tampa, right, who always likes to play the cap game right before the playoffs. But and if you look at this, I mean, this is bad. Like if you do look at the one good thing maybe is you say like, hey, there's a little bit of flexibility here. Frost this is it. Then he's an RFA. Noah Cates RFA. Forster RFA. You only have 1 year past this season with Delorier and Paling.
Well, Delorier's contract's terrible. Let's be honest, it's terrible.
I said it was terrible.
Yeah, I mean, it's too long. I mean, who the hell gives out that contract? Chuck Fletcher.
I seem to remember somebody on the show.
It's unbelievable. Like, it was the length, the term.
Somebody defended that. Do you remember that? I remember that.
The term. No, I didn't defend it.
I think that
I never defended it.
Intern Andrew needs to go back to the episode where that contract was given out because somebody sort of defended it.
I did not defend it.
And I said, no movement. Absolutely absurd. What are we doing here? Patently absurd. Anyway, if you look at it, though, it's like
I agreed with you on that.
It's like you have locked in Konechny long.
I'm fine with that.
Tippett long. I'm not fine. The Konechny deal is one of those. What were you thinking? The Couturier deal, when it was given out, was prior to the 2 back surgeries.
Correct. And it was a good deal at the time.
7.75 for a Selke winner prior to 2 back surgeries. There was not a soul that I can remember
who
went out of their way to complain about it.
Correct.
And I also have pointed out recently that when Giroux was dealt, the consensus of this fan base, 75%, was Couturier should be the next captain. 25% was Konechny, because Konechny, good, passionate leader, whatever. People have turned on him because 2 back surgeries later, he doesn't look like the same guy. Fine. That's a long-term deal. Tippett. We were okay, sort of. It was the term.
I'm not ready to kill it yet, but it's
way too early, I think, to kill that one. The Konechny one, to me, is the one that you didn't have to do, and I like Konechny, and I think Konechny's a good player, but I think Konechny's ceiling has been kind of established at this point, and I don't know. If they look as bad by the deadline, like if they keep this up, if it's this kind of pace of losing, right, Lawton has to be gone. I think you have to, at some point, have the conversation. They're not going to, I don't think you feasibly are allowed to trade a player that you sign to a max deal in the same year. I think you have to wait a year, at least, like in the case of Konechny, like say somebody were really willing to blow your doors off. I don't think they can trade him this season. I think they have to wait a year. But, if it's bad, and then you have an honest assessment and you do sell off a few more parts, and then next year you're like, all right, well, next year's also going to be bad. I don't know what you do if you're this team. Sanheim, long-term contract. Horrible deal given out by Fletcher before he had ever played a game for Tortorella. That was bad. The Sealer deal. Sealer, nice player. Did he need that contract? I'm not exactly sure. We're kind of seeing, in a way, the sins of 3 different front offices playing out. Now, we can argue about whether or not the contracts that have been given out by Briere are bad, or if they will be bad, and maybe it's too early to judge some of them. But we definitely have seen that the ones that we were fearful of with Hextall and with Fletcher, for the most part, have all kind of played out the way that we thought they would. It's bad. It puts you in a really rough spot. Jones even said on the roundtable episode that we did, the cap situation's not great. They inherited a lot of bad cap.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a quick way to pivot out of this.
No. There's not.
It feels very low here now, doesn't it?
There's not a quick way to pivot out of it, but I'm not ready to kill some of these contracts that you're talking about. I don't have a problem with the Konechny contract right now. Maybe eventually we will. Maybe I'll change my mind on that. But right now, I don't have a problem with the Konechny contract. Tippett, I think the jury is still way out on that. It's still way too early to determine.
Yeah, I'm not ready to turn against Tippett.
Yeah.
He's a young player.
But there are other ones. I don't think that you're wrong. I mean, I think they got some bad luck with Couturier. I don't like the Sanheim contract.
Honestly, the Couturier luck is so bad. It's unbelievably Philadelphia. Right? It is an ultimate, we can't have nice things.
Yeah. Yeah. And Ryan does make a good point. I mean, look, Sanheim has played well this year, but he did this last year too, Ryan. Let's be honest. Travis Sanheim had a very good start to last season. We were sitting here talking about him as a potential all-star after 20 games last year, right?
Yep.
I mean, that's how good of a start he had last year. And then he fell right off the map from that point forward. It was a swift decline with Travis Sanheim. He didn't know what kind of player he wanted to be. I think he's gotten off to a better start this year. Maybe not, as offensively.
No, but it's been a better all around.
But all around, I think he's been better. And I give him credit. Like yesterday, I thought he and Risto were sensational. in that game. They gave 5 goals in that game.
That might have. I think that was Risto's best game as a Flyer.
Yeah, it really was. I mean,
Not just this season. I think that was actually his best overall
those
game as
two
a Flyer.
played great yesterday.
Yeah.
Tonight, I don't think they were bad, those two, but there were too many passengers on the bus tonight, right? Until late in the game when they try to make it all happen. So yeah, I mean, okay, Travis Sanheim's a good player. I'm not saying he's a bad player, but he's not. You gave him a contract of a top pair defenseman, and he's a top pair defenseman for a bad team. You try and put him on a good team, he's not a top pair defenseman, and so therefore his contract is probably not right.
Yeah,
that's all it is. It's not a knock on Sanheim, right? He's fine. I think he's a solid second pair defenseman. I really do. Right? I mean, if he was your 3-4 and you had 2 guys better than him playing at the top,
that's not bad.
You're fine with it.
But I'll tell you what's actually bad is that we talked about this during the game. The guy that you made a trade for last year that you thought was going to be an absolute no-brainer top pair defenseman is Jamie Drysdale. Jamie Drysdale does not look good. I said during one of the intermissions.
He's also young.
Well, that's great.
I mean, he's young and he hasn't played a lot, right?
He's young. He's had significant injury issues.
Yeah.
He doesn't finish checks. He looks averse to making any kind of contact. He only looks good with a man advantage. And right now, and I said during intermission that it's hyperbolic, but like there was almost a part of you that kind of hopes that his ceiling is Shane Gostisbehere. Like he does not look good in any way. I mean, there are going to be people that are obviously going to, anytime Cutter Gauthier records a point at all, he's got 3 on the season. So does Drysdale. People are going to start to say Flyers lost the trade. We're very far away from being able to make a determination. But like if he doesn't get better at 5-on-5, all right, that was your top domestic prospect, Cutter Gauthier. And if what you ended up with out of it is a guy who really is only effective as a defenseman on the power play, that's not a good value for value.
Yeah.
You don't know that in the moment. You're kind of over a barrel. It's not great leverage. But man, like that to me right now is the big, like, oh boy, like that one has to turn around because that is a direct comparison. That is a player for player swap. That has to get better. Now let's pivot out of bad. Let's pivot into like sort of okay. We can't pivot into good, but we can pivot into sort of okay. Despite the fact that the Flyers gave up a bunch of goals with Alexei Kolosov in net, we did say during the game, those were not all his fault.
Only one. The only one was Caulfield's goal. That he's got to make that save. It's right. It's from the circle. It's a snapshot. It goes under his arm. Like it's right at him. Like that. There's no screen. There's no deflection. Like that's the one that he's got to make. The other 3, there's no shot. No. They left him out to dry.
The one deflection where like
the Gallagher deflection.
Oh my God. Yeah. Like the way that it looked like the puck like 2x sped from the time it hit the stick.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah.
But I thought Kolosov had some good moments in this game.
The save on Caulfield on the 2-on-none. That was unbelievable.
He had the post to post.
Yeah.
Legs.
Yeah.
He was like fully spread out. First 10 minutes or so of the game, a little bit wonky, gave up some big rebounds. There were definitely, I think that if Montreal had been a little bit more locked in to start the game, this could have been an ugly score after the first. But to his credit and to the team's credit in front of him, there were a few times where we saw a defenseman pinching back and clearing the porch in moments that could have been bad. He did settle in.
Yeah.
I thought that he actually looked competent. Like if people have been down on Fedotov, one of the things they've been down on is traffic looking over top. Like, not
are you asking me? There's no question here, but I'm going to say it this way: are you asking me if Kolosov looked better than Fedotov?
I'm not, because I think he did.
He did.
Yeah,
he definitely did.
Yeah,
looked better than Fedotov, but that's a low bar.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a high bar because Fedotov is like 10 feet tall. But no, like that to me is like that's something that you can maybe take as a positive. Like.
Yeah, he's going to be here. I made my bold. I made my bold
people
prediction.
Who might have missed it pregame or intermissions, the podcast people who only hear postgame.
I made my
bold prediction.
I made my bold prediction at pregame that Alexei Kolosov, regardless of how this game went tonight or how these first few games go for him, will be with the Flyers all season. He's not going back to the AHL. That's my bold prediction.
He'll be up here the whole time.
Whole season.
Yeah. I mean, you made the case earlier that Fedotov, it makes all the sense in the world. Teams aren't going to claim him.
Correct.
Brought this up with Adam Kimmelman pregame. What's the cap hit? 275?
Well, he's making what? So 6.5 over 2 years is what? 3 point.
So it's 3.75.
6.5 million. 3.25. Yes, 3.25 million per year.
Yes.
But there is a $1 million cap penalty for sending him down. So they have to still count 1 million because the way his contract was done. They would still have to count $1 million against his cap, against their cap, if he clears waivers and they send him down to the AHL.
David Waitman says Kolosov moving in with Ant.
Yeah, I got room for him.
I think it's a great idea. You just got married. You can have him like sublet a room in your house. It's a great idea.
He won't be able to move post to post eating Maria's food every night.
That is true. He'll be a big boy.
Yeah.
He'll be a big boy. Those cutlets, I still think about those chicken cutlets.
That's good. Yeah, they're good. They're good. All right, we ready to wrap this up?
No, I think that we should keep going. Tony Louie over here on
I
YouTube
got more
says,
work to do.
Well, everybody does. Said, I did see some flashes from Kolosov. He looked a lot like young Sergei Bobrovsky, says Tony Louie.
Way too early for that, Tone. But
Ryan A asks, do you think Ersson gets all 3 games this week? Boston, St. Louis, and Boston. If not, do we see Fedotov or Kolosov?
You're not going to. I don't think you're going to see Fedotov start another game in the NHL this right away. At least unless there's an injury.
I thought you were about to say this season.
No, well, it might.
I really. Did you feel like he was about to go there? Because I thought he was about to go there.
It could well be. I mean, it could well be this season.
I'm glad that we sold the Iron Giant shirts last year.
Yeah.
Like, we sold a good number of them because we're probably never going to sell another.
I know, right? They're never going to be sold again
unless he comes back.
Yeah, and all of a sudden he's like fantastic, right?
Yeah.
So Boston is Tuesday, St. Louis here on Halloween night, and then it's back, and then Boston here Saturday afternoon, and then they go on a road trip. They don't play back to back again until the end of the month of November. I would say that Ersson probably plays 4 out of the next 6, and Kolosov maybe gets 2. 2 more starts.
That's bold.
Yeah, and it's a tough schedule. I mean, you're looking at some tougher teams, right? Boston, St. Louis, Boston, Carolina, Tampa, Florida, and then San Jose, Ottawa, Buffalo. That week is, but until you come home on the 11th, that's a tough road. That's 6 tough games. So he's going to have to face some good competition. He's probably going to get I think he'll get the Boston game here Saturday, and then probably Tampa in Tampa.
Okay.
Again, guessing. I don't know the answer to that. Those are guesses.
Philly fan says Fedotov did not look that bad in his last game. I thought actually was his best performance.
It was his best performance.
Low bar, but like it was his best performance.
Yeah.
There's part of me that does think we talked about this pregame with Kimmelman as well, but like, okay, so Fedotov goes down. I do like the idea of Fedotov being like an every game starter in the AHL, trying to reestablish himself because
they don't want to lose him.
There's talent there.
I don't think
he's all of a sudden just become a garbage goalie.
No,
like, I think that there's talent.
They don't want to lose him. They still believe he could be something.
He doesn't strike me as a backup. He strikes me as a guy who needs to be out there, who gets into rhythm, and then could get locked in. And then that's when you have the conversation about, all right, well then what do you do? Like, do you then bring him back up and make him a backup again? Is there a team that desperately needs a goalie second half of the season? Maybe there's a possibility of a trade. Kolosov, to me, is just like this ultimate wild card. You have absolutely no idea what to expect. And it's weird because, in a sense, he's almost been passed on in a way because now people are already looking at what else is coming down the pike.
Yeah.
There's McNamee. There's Bjarnason.
Yeah, McNamee's not really a...
He's down there available if you made a trade.
He's not a guy. Your prospects are Zavragan
is the one,
and Bjarnason, and I think Zavragan's probably the best of.
Zavragan looks absolutely.
Well, it's a KHL.
He's also 19.
Yeah,
he's already He is putting up better numbers in the KHL this year than Kolosov did last year.
Yeah,
in the KHL.
It's early.
It's early, but it's still very exciting.
Yeah.
Anyway. a little bit of a positive. That's kind of a positive, right? Do we get to call that one a positive?
I do. I think we do.
I think we could call it positive.
Let's wrap this up so we can talk to Brian before he leaves.
Oh, he's out. Look at him. He's ready to go.
Is that unlocked over there?
No, you don't know how this works anymore. It's okay.
All right, never mind.
He doesn't stick around for cleanup anymore. It's very sad. It's very sad, Brian. Brian helps clean. You can tell. Brian's got that dog in him.
Brian Smith is a rock star.
Absolutely.
So
this guy. Yeah. This one over here. Intern Andrew,
All right.
you know. All right, it's time for us to go. Big thank you to everybody who tuned in to the Press Row Show on YouTube, X, Facebook, in the podcast feed, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, Pandora, wherever you get your podcasts. If you haven't done so already, seriously, I say this all the time. Hit the like button because that helps. It helps people find this show. It helps them find the YouTube channel. We have clips of the show. We have some interviews. I have some archived interviews that I'm going to be putting on the channel. We have old interviews with.
I've heard this before.
No. But like, I'm actually going to do it this time. Maybe.
Have you heard this before, Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, well, who can forget my famous best of video
Which has still never made it out.
That is gonna. Well, it's a good. He had to make an edit. He made the edit. It's a good thing that he made the edit. We're not going to talk about why, but he made an edit, and it was an important edit to make, and so it will live and it will go up. But we have. I've figured out a way to access the old interview that we did with Travis Konechny, Elaine Vigneault, Scott Gordon. We had all those on video. They don't live on the Snow the Goalie channel, but soon they will. And they were fun. And it's actually kind of fun to go back and watch them. And the best part will be that I guarantee you that when those videos go up on the YouTube channel, there are absolutely going to be people who are going to think that they are in the moment new content and then be like, why is Scott Gordon sitting at Skate Zone? Why is Elaine Vigneault sitting at Skate Zone? It will happen 100%. How do I know? Because when I put the first 20 episodes of the podcast on YouTube in just the audio format, you know what happened? People started commenting on it. And they're like, I don't understand what's happening. Wayne Simmons doesn't play for this team anymore. And it's like, it has the date in it. It has the date in the description. Anyway, it's time for us to go. Go over to the YouTube channel, subscribe. Are you going to be on any shows this week? Do you have anything going on? Do you have anything you want to plug between now and when we do Snow the Goalie next?
No, not this week.
Intern Andrew, any shows that you're going to be on? Anything you want to plug?
I'm going to be on Pardon My Take tomorrow.
That's not true. That's not true.
Awesome.
Bundy, absolute beaut. Down there, recovery night. It's a great night.
Still taking pictures down there?
He's still taking pictures. He's been, from the time he left until now, he's been down with people, taking pictures. This is a big night for him. It's a big night for the recovery community. Fantastic stuff. So
it's great.
Yep. All right.
Good stuff.
I'll talk to a bunch of people on Tuesday morning.
All right.
On my show.
Can we wrap this up?
Yep,
I think you decided to just drag this on so that you got value out of your drive down here today.
I sat for an hour 45 in traffic.
Yeah.
And the team sure didn't, make it worth my while for the first 40
that's
minutes.
why you wanted to make it.
I think we should actually just keep this going. Can we?
No, I have to write another story.
Why?
Because I'm getting paid to do so. Like I have a job to do.
If you want to just go an extra 2.5 minutes, that'll get us to the 4-hour mark.
I think then we have to do it.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Andrew.
How do you stop before you hit the 4-hour mark? If you haven't put in 4 hours of our lives, we're taken up by the Press Row Show today.
Yeah.
And you know what the best part is? Some of these people who are commenting still over on YouTube, they've been with us for 4 hours. 4 full hours. Anything? What, Andrew? Do you have another trivia question that you want to ask the people?
No.
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Now we're not going to get to 4 hours. Everybody have a great rest of your night. We will talk to all of you later this week on Snow the Goalie. We might be doing that in the studio. Are we doing that in the studio this week, or is that next week?
We have to check in with Max and find out if we're doing that.
So we might be doing Snow the Goalie in the studio, and if not, whatever. Halloween this week.
Yes.
Intern Andrew's supposed to dress up as me, fake mustache.
Yeah.
We'll see if it happens.
Are you going to give me like one of your shirts?
No, I'm not. First of all, I'm not going to see you. Second of all, absolutely not.
Well, how am I going to dress like you if I'm not wearing one of your shirts?
I have to.
I have a
you
certain
know what
style.
he wears. Just go back and look at some videos and
I have
look
a
at the
certain
stuff he
style.
wears, and
I really want that red quarter zip. That's like his staple.
The red quarter zip?
Yeah.
Go to Costco.
Is that where you got it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, man. You think? I mean, I'm a very simple man.
This is the most dressed down Russ has ever been at a game here.
At a what?
At one of the Flyers games.
Yeah.
You're wearing like real denim.
These are nice. These are slim fit jeans.
Yeah.
My stomach is fat. The rest of me is like, normal, my size. So
You know,
I've
with
got
your
the slim fit
you got
jeans.
the slim fit jeans
got
on with
the flannel.
with the flannel. Yeah, this is as much as
it is
dressed
the
down.
autumn. It's autumn time. I put nothing in my hair today.
Yeah.
The hair's a little bit different. I decided to
Didn't
give my hair a
shave.
break. Didn't shave. The stash is here. The beard is coming in. We have 37 seconds to get to 4 hours, and then we're out of here. See that? That's skill.
Yeah, that's great.
This is like when I do my show on YouTube, and it's just me. There are times where I'm like, I'm going to do a 35-minute show, and it ends up being like an hour 10 because people are
kidding.
constantly going. Yeah, you almost broke the no language thing.
It's because it's been here for 4 hours.
But it happens all the time, and I'm like, wow. I get to the end, it's like, wow. And the audience kept growing by the end of the show. It's amazing. When it comes to YouTube, some people are growers.
Yeah, and summer showers.
And with that, it's time for us to end. Everybody have a great night. Thanks
There
for
it is.
checking in on the Press Row Show.
See
We'll
ya.
talk to all of you on Halloween. Spooky.